Hello, good morning and welcome along to the second day of Group A action here at the MODUS Super Series, where it's JT Davis who currently leads the way at the top of the league standings after a day that was largely dominated by our debutants. Lisa Ashton is one of 4 players on 4 points after yesterday's action, withstanding a fight back from Plumstead to record win number 2 of the day. Moreno Michels knows what it takes to reach finals night and Champions Week here at the Super Series. He'll need to consistently perform at a higher level if he's to get back there this time around. Scott Walters had looked pretty dejected and down on himself for much of the day, but inspired by this 1-3-7 in the opening leg against Lisa, still finished the day with 2 wins to his name. Stephen Plumstead's finishing was superb on Monday. He was 4 from 4 on the outer ring in his opener. Debut nerves? Not around here. Christian Deur delivered the highest average of the day against Lisa Ashton. He also took out this 41 to complete an 11-dart leg en route to victory over Plumstead. As for JT Davis, he won 4 of his 5 matches. His finest moment coming in his opening match, where he backed up this 130 with a 1-2-2 on the bull as well. Yeah, Matt Edgar alongside me. Matt, it was a really intriguing day yesterday, wasn't it? Because JT Davis won 4 of his 5 games, but it feels like we're still waiting for someone to take this group by the scruff of the neck.
That's exactly how I would see it as well. Just no one really stood up and played their best darts. And today, I think that's where we're probably going to see that, because I think everyone had gone home yesterday and felt like the opportunity was missed. Every single one of those players would go back, oh, I could have gone through the card. And I think we're going to see someone come up today and really stand up and be counted. And
when we have a look at the league standing, Scott Walters, it was interesting for him as well. You can see there, he finished the day 4th in the table, one of 4 players on 4 points, but he looked so dejected throughout the day's play, didn't he?
Even that last game when he beat Lisa Ashton 4-0 and he comes off stage, he just looked like he was a disappointed man, and that's more down to himself. I said yesterday on commentary, there's 6 players in the group and he played all 6, because that includes himself, the battle that he had with himself during the day, and it's because he got high expectations of himself and he wasn't meeting those expectations. So will he meet them today? I think he does. If we're looking at someone to go through the card, I think he's somebody who's got the most recent form. He's got the highest form of anybody in this group, and I think he'll probably come in today. And if he hits the ground running, he's going to go on to good things. But I think a lot of it pins on that first game.
And as we saw there, our 3 debutants are sat 1st, 2nd and 3rd in the league standings. We so often see debutants have a really strong first day, and then sometimes they struggle to find that again on days 2 and 3. Why do you think that is? And do you think we'll see that today?
I think a lot of it comes down to, you come in here, you're full of adrenaline, you've not got any expectation, you come back the next day, you've got a bit of expectation, you understand it all, and you're trying to replicate something. You're not doing something for the first time no more. You're trying to replicate something that was positive. And that's when it becomes hard, because if you get up here and it doesn't start going well, it's like, right, what was I doing yesterday that was so good? And actually what you tend to find is you end up trying to do something that was safe. Because at the time, you probably never felt as confident as you felt that you did. At the time, when you're throwing out a double, you're probably thinking, I hope this goes in. But when you look back on it, you're like, well, I knew that was going in, because it's safe, it's happened. So it's trying to replicate something, and then that's when it becomes tricky. And I do think we're probably going to see that again today.
And when it comes to the outright betting, a lot of eyebrows were raised yesterday when we saw that JT Davis was second favourite to win the week at 7-2. Do you still give him, or do you give him more of a chance now after what you saw yesterday?
I haven't seen anything in JT Davis at the moment to suggest that he's not going to, but on the same aspect, I haven't seen anything that suggests that he will. So for me, JT Davis, yes, he put in some decent results, but we haven't seen that performance from him yet that we'd expect from a weekly winner here at the Super Series.
Yeah, no surprise to see that he is favourite to go on and win Group A. But Scott Walters will certainly have a thing or two to say about that. Really impressive in his final game yesterday, really spurred on by that 1-3-7 against Lisa Ashton. How crucial do you think that first game is going to be?
That is, for me, key for Scott Walters. We saw yesterday how he likes to, he didn't like to, he beats himself up quite a lot. So if he starts well, I think he carries on well. I've stood with Scott Walters, practicing with him before a tournament, and then watched him go on to win the tournament, playing brilliant all the way through. I've also seen him when things start going wrong, it continues to go wrong. So this first game with Lisa Ashton is really going to set the tone. He starts well here. I think he goes through the card, and that 4-1 could be good value on him to win this group.
And we spoke yesterday about Lisa Ashton and how she's still on the road to recovery after her injury problems. How do you think she'll reflect on the opening day?
She'll be delighted. Absolutely delighted. She told me yesterday that she went to Lakeside with the hope of maybe winning a game. This is someone who's won the World Championship on 4 occasions, going to just try and win a match. I'm sure that was the same vibe she came in here with yesterday with, and she picked up a couple of results. There's a couple of factors, though, here on the south coast in UK today. It's very cold down here this morning. And the sort of injury that she's got, that could become a problem. I'm suffering with something extremely similar to what Lisa Ashton is. And one thing it does is when it gets a little bit cold and it gets into your hand, it's very hard to release the dart. So with that, she may hold onto the dart a little bit too long. If she starts dropping darts low early on, it could be a long day for Lisa.
Is there anything you can do to manage that throughout the day?
Find somewhere to get some heat into the hand. That's the main thing. Rub up and down the nerve. Try and get as much feeling and activity. She's had the operation, but it's not fully recovered. So at the moment for her, she's got to keep some heat in that arm, and that's going to be the vital thing. But when you come up here, if it gets into the hand, if it gets into the brain more than anything, that's when it starts becoming a problem, because then you try and fix it.
Yeah.
You'll try throwing a little bit harder and you'll overpitch and start going into the big 5. You'll start then snatching the dart a little bit. So it could break down for Lisa today, and this is why I said yesterday, the main thing I want to see Lisa do is get through this week healthy and come out the other side with positivities.
Absolutely. Right then, let's have a look at today's bet builder, and it does return almost 5-1. Marina Michels against JT Davis is the first one, and that's over 5.5 legs. We saw a lot of games go in the distance yesterday, didn't we? Do you expect that one too?
Yeah, I think we're going to get a lot of over 5.5 legs. I think that's going to be the general theme of this entire group. There's hardly anything to separate them. It was a good one for the punters yesterday, and I think it's going to be a good one for them again today.
And JT Davis to get the better of Scott Walters is the second selection. I actually disagree with that. I think Scott Walters might pick up the points in that one.
I think it's brave as well. I fully agree. I do like Scott Walters today. I think he's going to hit the ground running. I think he's going to come out here today and show us what he is capable of. And he's got big ambitions. He wants to go to Lakeside. And if he does, I think he's going to be a runner to potentially win that tournament.
And Stephen Plumstead against Lisa Ashton was the third selection in that one for over 1.5 180s. But it was Plumstead's finishing that really caught the eye yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah, I'm not sure on that one. Lisa, she's got these big chunky barrels. She's not known for hitting 180s with that. Stephen Plumstead got a couple yesterday, but he really needs that first dart to land right for him. He lands with a very flat sort of trajectory. If he doesn't get that on the bottom wire, he's going to be switching quite a bit. I'm really not a fan of that last one.
Right then, before we head into this morning's action, our first match is Scott Walters taking on Lisa Ashton, and Chris Murphy has been chatting to the Lancashire Rose.
I can't see you.
Lisa, welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Just give us your reflections on your first day back here yesterday.
I had some ups and downs, but I'm happy with some of the games, and I know I still got a lot of work to do, but I'm happy I'm starting back now.
Yeah, I know you've had some injury issues and things like that. How is the sort of comeback trail?
The elbow's doing good. I've just got to learn now to replay without pain and release, because I played with it for so long, it being there. I've just got to learn myself now. I can release and stretch out a lot more, so it's just regain to throw again.
I know that sort of impacted you, particularly the second half of last year. What are the aims for this year?
I'm hoping, the Women's Series, hopefully stay at the top, try to get back into Grand Slam, Ali Pali and at Blackpool, and do as much as I can.
And here as well, you've got opportunities, of course, to win some money, maybe get to a Champions Week, win a week here. This group does seem pretty open, so there's a chance, isn't there, to get through to Saturday night and maybe rest for a couple of days before Saturday?
Yeah, definitely. Yesterday was just settling back in and getting back into playing tournaments. Now I know I've got to dig in, and I know what I can play, so hopefully I can start showing how I can play and improve.
We'll look forward to it. Good luck.
Cheers, thank you.
Right then, two players currently level on 4 points in the league standings. Lisa Ashton, the legendary Lancashire Rose, 4-time world champion and 15-time Women's Series winner, showed a lot of resilience and quality to win her 2 matches yesterday up against Scott Walters, who will want to forget that yesterday happened. He was tamping, fuming, raging with his performance levels yesterday. He did win this particular fixture 4-0 though, with a stunning 1-3-7 out to start his charge. To find out whether it'll be repeat or revenge this morning, let's hand over to Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much, Abby. Good morning, everyone. And strap yourselves in for another 15 fixture ride here at the MODUS Super Series, which features, well, a whole host of players who will feel, as Matthew and Abby were saying at the top of the show, that they could top the table and could get through to Saturday. As Lisa Ashton was saying there, it would be a
first leg,
blessed relief if she was able to get a couple of days off and rest that elbow injury. Give herself a bit of breathing space before a Saturday showing. And I think with the players that are coming in later this week,
97.
The likes of Jim McEwen, the reigning champion, Wayne Jones, Tony O'Shea, Kevin Painter, and Mark Dudbridge.
60.
Everyone in this group would be well advised to get out of the way.
Absolutely. We've got some big players coming up later on in the week. 2 players that reached the final of the World Championship there in Mark Dudbridge and Kevin Painter.
95.
2 experienced operators who have got big ambitions in 2024. It's not just the exhibition tour for them
83.
this year. They want to go out and get some titles. Kevin Painter and Dudbridge both attending Q School this past week, as did Scott Walters, who was
100.
disappointed but also quite relieved by his Q School experience.
66.
We've had a lot of people now, with the way that darts are, sort of go to Q School, and when they haven't got the card, go, oh, it's okay because I've still got Lakeside, or I've still got my Champions Week qualification.
100.
Or it's sort of a soft fall now, isn't it, if you don't get that tour card?
Yeah, indeed. It is. Lisa Ashton, of course, did get that
60.
tour card from Q
Scott, you
School
require
a few years ago, the
109.
first woman to do so. And she's got her own ambitions for 2024. Scott Walters, though, looking to make it 5
Game shot in
straight
the
legs
first
against
leg.
Lisa Ashton,
Scott
and he does that
Walters.
by cleaning up a fabulous 109 in the first, 15 darter
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw
to
first.
hold his throw.
Game
A
on.
very strong start from Scott Walters.
Already.
95.
And it's probably due to the fact he had the 15 darter in the opening leg, but the body language so much better today from Scott Walters. Not as distracted, not taking in much around the room, head down.
78.
Just mind on the task. He would have been one of those players that would have got back yesterday and felt yesterday was a missed
140.
opportunity.
Yeah, he's well versed in playing here. That throw very familiar to
100.
avid viewers of the MODUS Super Series. He's had every experience here, really, Scott Walters. He was a
137.
late replacement for the unwell Jamai van den Herrick. But as we sort of touched on yesterday, won't be
100.
out of
Lisa, you
practice.
require
but
129.
precisely because he went to Q School.
Oh, he's probably been one of the most busy dart players in
59.
the entire circuit right now, Scott Walters. Loves the game, would play it 7 days a week.
$59. Lisa, you require 70.
Well, Lisa in her opening fixture yesterday lost it 4-0 without getting a dart at the double.
30.
She at least had a
Scott,
dart
you
at the
require
double now in this opening one, which is a
164.
good sign because I always worry about her in these sort of early games. Especially with the temperature down here on the south coast in the UK today.
38.
You see she's got
Lisa,
the
you require
sleeves on
40.
today.
Yeah, we've got that northern climate, haven't we? And she goes north
35.
to double
Scott, you
5, but
require
can't find it. So that's
126.
4 darts missed to win this leg. And Scott Walters, having already taken out a ton topper, is looking to steal Another in there, or just a single. That'll do for the bullseye.
93.
Couldn't really get near it.
Lisa, you require 5.
Ashton now looking to clean up the remainder.
One. Scott, you require 33.
Scott Walters, about a minute ago, would have probably felt this leg was gone.
Game
It
shot
just
on the
goes to
second
show.
leg. Scott Walters.
It's not over till it's over. And an apology there for Scott Walters.
Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, half a dozen darts to take the leg. Disappeared there for Lisa Ashton. Hence the apologetic
60.
reaction from Scott Walters. But look, if they miss you hit, that's your job.
60.
He wasn't very apologetic to the taxi driver not too long ago in Serbia. Just to paint the picture for you, it's been snowing
121.
all weekend. Snow up to the knees. Get picked up by the taxi at 4 o'clock in the morning to go to the airport. We're up in the
96.
mountains. We're coming down the mountainsides, and he's driving 60 miles an hour. And Scott's losing his head, and the guy's like, "Don't worry, calm down. I do this all the time." So yeah, you do it until it goes wrong once.
131.
Massive drop down the side. I had to close my eyes.
58.
We had a little giggle about that story this morning.
Plenty of tales from the tour when it comes to players here at the Super Series. All have come from very different directions,
99.
really. Scott Walters, as Matt said, busy playing the WDF Tour, Q School Challenge Tour. Lisa Ashton,
85.
Women's Series,
Scott,
World
you require
Seniors
90.
in 2023. JT Davis on the CDC circuit over in North America. He's coming next as Walters looks to make it 3 here.
Game
And
shot
does
on the
make
third
it
leg.
3 and
Scott
makes it
Walters.
7 straight against Lisa Ashton, who just cannot seem to get the better of this man.
Fourth leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game
They
on.
say about how busy he is. He's going to be even busier this weekend when he's going to be hoping to be playing
60.
here on Saturday night, but he's also going to be backwards and forwards to the Challenge Tour, the 2-hour trip up and down to Milton Keynes. He said even if he can just play the morning session and come back for the evenings here, or
45.
if he qualifies through the Saturday, he'll go play the Friday, and he's going to be up and down the motorway.
140.
Some of the things that we do for this game. I remember often sitting in an airport with people, and people would just say, things we do for a throw of the dart as you're travelling 10 hours for
95.
to get a fixture.
I just want to touch on something that you said to Abby at the top of the show, Matt, about Lisa,
60.
and that you've suffered similar injuries or are suffering a similar injury. You get the sense that maybe you started this morning trying to manage that rather than to sort of go all out in the first couple of matches
100.
and live with the pain later on.
Absolutely. When you've got all those fixtures ahead, I think Lisa's best fixtures are going to come in matches 3 and 4.
100.
The middle part of the day. And then by the end of it, I think 5 matches is probably just a bit too much for her right now in one day. But absolutely, you do get in that habit of just
91. Lisa,
almost
you
throwing
require
soft.
141.
Well, Scott Walters will have the opportunity to win
60.
this in the
Scott, you
most
require 170.
stylish way. Ain't going to take out the 170, but would be happy to leave it handy with Ashton on 81, a finish that may
Lisa, you
only
require 81.
result in a dart at the bullseye. And that's all she's got.
56.
She won't get it, so
Scott, you
Walters
require
for the whitewash
74.
win.
.33 leaves him 41. Leaves him double 16, a target he's been trying to lead throughout this match,
Game
and
shot,
pins it.
And the
And a
match.
hand
Scott
of apology there for
Walters.
Scott Walters, but there's nothing to be sorry about there, Scott. A dominant performance from Scotty W to kickstart his day and back up that 4-0 that he ended yesterday with. At one point, the legs difference wasn't looking good for Scott, but 8 wins on the row has put him in contention. He's up to 6 points and he's in the mix. But we're going to move our attention now to the top of the table and see if JT Davies can continue the form of yesterday when he takes on Moreno Michaels.
So then, our table topper JT Davies is in action next. Lost just the one game yesterday, but it was in this particular fixture. Davies did well to take it to a decider, was 3 out of 4 on the doubles, but Moreno Michaels, after missing a few match starts, got the job done on double 16. To find out whether the American can become the first player onto 10 points or whether our Series 5 runner-up can condemn him to defeat again, let's get back to the chaps in comms.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. JT Davies did have that fantastic start, but as was discussed earlier, didn't really do it in a dominant fashion that reflected his dominant results. The performances weren't really, I don't know if it's a grudge match or not. Between himself and Moreno Michaels. It could be a revenge mission because it's the only player that did
First
get the win
gets Moreno to throw
against
first.
JT
Game
yesterday.
on.
Paul Nicholson, the asset, is going to be absolutely gutted he's not here this week. Because did you see where JT Davies was from?
55.
Springfield. I'm sure you're not familiar with that, actually, but that's where the Simpsons are
No,
from.
I do know that much, yeah. I just don't know the incredible depth of detail that
140.
Mr. Nicholson is able to draw on. I was watching Mastermind last night and thought, that
140.
would be good, wouldn't it? Paul Nicholson, the Simpsons specialist subject.
Well, I'm sure with him being from Springfield as well, that Paul Nicholson would be able to assign him a Simpsons character he looks like.
Without doubt.
43.
Paul, if you're watching, come on. That MSS darts.
99.
Stats-wise, Moreno yesterday significantly higher average than JT Davies. I say significantly, it was 4 points difference, but it broke
58.
that 6 visit to the board boundary. So JT Davies was actually averaging 7 visits to the board, where Moreno just 6. However,
60.
on the points tally, JT Davies came away with 4 points more.
Was observed by Matthew Edgar alongside me yesterday. That throwing
55.
style
Moreno,
of
you require
JT, the dart sort of
147.
pointing towards the ground.
$93.
Just see it there, almost in the palm of the hand. And it results in the end in quite a flat dart when it sits in the board.
57. Moreno, you require 54.
Tops of the Dutchman to take the first leg.
14.
Can't quite
JT
manage it.
require
Big ask though this for
148.
JT Davis. So early in the morning.
Didn't stop him yesterday early in the morning, taking out the big finishes. He took out a 130 and a 122 in the opening fixture.
60. Moreno, you require 40.
On this occasion, Moreno gets that 7th visit to the board.
Game shot
Uses
the
it
first
effectively.
leg. Moreno Michaels.
Last start in hand's always a hurter when you stood at the back of the stage thinking you're going to get an opportunity.
Second leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on.
But JT Davies, 28-year-old from America, been getting a lot of messages actually. I did make a comment yesterday on commentary about how
100.
one of the things the Americans are so good at is supporting their own, and I was absolutely inundated with messages yesterday on social media of people showing their support
60.
and watching JT Davies, whether it was live or watching it back after the play.
It was certainly
57.
a good watch yesterday. Seems a cool customer as well. Just gets on with it, taking his stride.
58.
Seems to enjoy being on that stage, showcasing his talents. There is that sort of unorthodox delivery style. You see the dart just almost disappearing into the palm of the hand, and the point
98.
pointing towards the floor as it's released, meaning it corrects itself en route to the board.
I think you nailed it there when you said enjoyment, because
57.
from the very first conversation I had with JT Davies yesterday to watching him play his darts to how he left this building, just going round with a big smile on his face
100.
and just embracing the experience. If he keeps that attitude throughout his career, could go quite far. It's very easy to get drawn into the
96.
negativity
JT
and
require
everything that comes with the
146.
sport. He's very new to this sport as well. Only been playing for about a year on the CDC.
96.
That is the affiliated tour for professional darts over in America and Canada.
60. JT require 50.
Double 16 the choice for parity.
18. Moreno, you require 170.
One thing that was noticeable about Davis's game was that maybe the counting could be improved.
82.
Saw something in the
JT
first
require
leg where he's probably
32.
trying to make it as simple as possible. He was on 148. He went for the 48 first. Went for treble 16, which was quite interesting. Trying to leave himself
Game
simple
shot on the
sums.
second leg. JT Davis.
That first leg is in the ledger for Davis to tie up the match at one
Third
apiece.
leg, it's Moreno to
An
throw first.
absolute
Game
carbon
on.
copy there. So the first, Moreno Michaels wins in 21 darts. Last start in hand with JT Davis sat on 88. And then JT
100.
Davis last start in hand, 21 darts with Moreno Michaels on 88. What goes around comes around, I guess.
121.
something I might have a little dig into. Some of the sort of phrases he puts on his shirt. We saw
60.
yesterday he had cheat code on his shirt. He's got grudge match on there. This gives me an indication that maybe JT Davies is a bit of a gamer.
$58.
You see? Doesn't look like a man who'd have much of a grudge with anyone.
96.
2 players left to appear today. Stephen Plumstead, the ADC UK qualifier in this group, and Christian Deur, the ADC Europe qualifier in this group.
100.
They'll be in action next. Both impressed on debut.
Say about having a grudge with anyone. Do you know, I've never met an angry
57.
American yet. Always very joyful and smiley, and looking forward to heading over there actually in a couple of months.
100.
Well, everything to smile about for this American. Playing a starring role in a Super Series. First maximum of the match. Goes the way
46.
of JT.
JT required 42.
This for a break. Double 16.
Game shot on
Nicely
the third
done.
leg.
Much
JT Davis.
improved leg on the first couple. Davis just getting a foothold in
Full
this
play
tie.
against JT
2-1.
to throw first. Game on.
Perfect timing that for a maximum for JT, just to assert a bit of authority on this match now. And he's in again.
140.
Both took a leg or two just to warm into the task. But JT Davies, well and truly, running at pace
55.
now. We said we just wanted to see a little bit more from him today. See if he can go through the gears. He's doing it right before our eyes.
44.
One of the players that have been watching the Super Series now for the past couple of years with ambitions and hopes to be
100.
here, just like Stephen Plumstead, who comes up in our next match. It's starting to become a real platform for people, something they aim for now to be here at the Super Series. I
97.
travel quite a bit now with the WDF system and travelling around Europe, and everywhere you go, people saying they'd love to be here now
85.
at the Super Series. A big opportunity with big prize money.
$100.
And he looks like he's the aggressor in this game now, JT Davis. Moreno needs to hit back and hit big
140.
Gets
JT
within a
required
point
120.
of his opponent, but it's still very much advantage to this man who wants a treble 20 to leave himself double 20.
80.
Good
Moreno
attempt.
required 121.
These are shots that hurt your opponent. Moreno unable to get himself a dart at the
57.
ball.
JT required 40.
They are game-changing moments. Could be a little bit awkward. Barely got anything
Game
here
shot
to
on the
aim at, and he
fourth leg.
finds the
JT
double.
Davis.
He had about, at most, 33% of the double there to go at.
Fifth leg, it's Moreno to
Finds
throw
the double,
first.
last dart
Game
in
on.
hand. That is a fantastic dart from JT Davies. Because of the angle in which his darts land in the board, there was just so much material in the
100.
way, as we saw with that second dart, just clattering into him and spinning off to the top.
Losing this match 4-3 yesterday, he'll be determined to rectify that result.
85.
And if he does, he'll already start to open up a lead at the top of the table. He'll be 4 points clear of
60.
second and third place, Christian Deur and Scott Walters. Now, of course, Deur could get that gap back down to 2 again, but if results go his way, the next couple of matches, say the next 3 matches, they all
100.
involve that little triangle of players, he could find himself racing away. If say Deur loses to Plumstead and Lisa Ashton,
140.
and he beats Walters himself, 6 points clear.
99.
There'll be 5 players in the practice room with an eye on this game, hoping Moreno can pull it back. Because there is only one place available in this group. That's the player who wins the group.
60.
So you don't really want someone to start cutting away at the top of the table. You want it to be tight and compact and then have your moment to strike.
131. Moreno, you require 141.
It looks like he could be closing in here on a very valuable victory
41.
to kickstart
JT,
Tuesday
you require 86.
for JT Davis. Treble 18 will be the first port of call. And now double 16.
70.
Can't quite
Moreno, you
complete the
require
win just yet.
100.
Moreno with an outside chance here. Might be tops top. Stays on the treble 20. I like that, more of an
80.
old school route now, isn't it?
JT requires
Assist
16.
with the treble. 3 darts to wrap things up.
No score.
Found
Moreno,
the
you
wrong
require
bed.
20.
The wrong double.
Game
And
shot
that's
on
the right
fifth
double.
leg. Moreno Michaels.
Moreno Michaels, who claws back another leg.
6th leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on.
Before that leg started, this is the leg that JT probably eyed up as the one for which he will kick on to win this match. That last one would have been a bit of a bonus, but
95.
it was a bonus. He had plenty of opportunities to collect. He would have eyed this leg
60.
up due to the advantage of throwing first. Michaels will throw first if it goes the distance. But this is what JT needs to do. One treble a
140.
visit is more than enough, and he's found 2. So Moreno can only hit a 180 just to be level.
180. $58.
He got the 180. And now Michaels can try and force a last leg
91.
shootout. He is first to a finish in leg 6. It's a big finish, the biggest. And it looks like he's going to have to take it.
140. Moreno require 170.
Beautiful darts, and we're really learning a lot here about JT. But this could be the biggest blow of them all.
Game shot on the
What
6th
a
leg.
finish. What a
Moreno
leg
Michaels.
from Moreno Michaels. In that leg, he's had a maximum visit, the 180, and he's seen it off with a 170
Final
finish.
leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game
Massive
on.
12-dart leg there for Moreno to break the throw of JT Davies, but has he broken his heart?
Well, we're
43.
talking about a potential 6-point lead for Davis by game 5 today. It could end up that Michaels is just 2 behind him, and Christian Deur could actually end up going top of the table. He wins the next match. That's how quickly
59.
things can change.
And I can tell you for a fact that there will be a bit of a
58.
eyebrow raise, maybe even a light cheer going on in the practice room when that happened, because they won't want JT to run away at the top.
100. $134.
He has a throw. And he has the advantage
60.
now. Great turnaround. He won this fixture in the last leg decider yesterday. It looks like he might be defying the odds to do it again.
99.
First to a finish. JT's going to need to find a couple of trebles, or Moreno knows he's got 6 darts. 6 darts it will be for the 167.
60. Moreno,
This
you
is a
require
nice position to be in as a player,
167.
because this just feels like a setup shot. Something you don't have to chase down that bullseye. Just the one treble does the job.
97.
You only need the single numbers now to get a match start. JT can just hit and hope. Enough to switch it up.
58. Moreno requires 70.
Moreno approaches the Oki with a chance to wrap up this fixture.
And he gets too clear. A double top.
50.
Misses them now. He
JT
stayed in the match with a
164.
170. Can JT Davis win it with a 164? It was too big an ask. And Michael's returned, having missed 2. He has 3 more for
29.
victory.
Moreno, you required 20.
Already found this target once in this match. Target not many people
10.
like.
JT, you
Always
require
worry about
135.
coming inside. This is where that last visit from JT Davies has left him a lot to do. He's not up to the task on this occasion.
95.
So more darts for Moreno
Moreno, you required
to
10.
get the points.
Decent marker. More decent marker.
Game,
And
shots,
he batters it
and
in off the
match.
barrel
Moreno Michaels.
to complete the comeback. Moreno Michaels, aided by that stunning 170 checkout, has turned that tie on its head and picked up a potentially pivotal victory in Group A. It's back-to-back wins against JT Davis, who have won all of his other matches before ringing in to Moreno Michaels at the end of yesterday. He beat him 4-3 then. He beats him 4-3 at the start of the day. But the moment of the match was, of course, that wonderful 170 that put everything in the Dutchman's favour. He now closes the gap to the top to just 2 points, and JT Davis could be replaced at the peak of the pile by Christian Deur, who takes on Stephen Plumstead after the break.
Well, following defeat for JT Davis in our second match of the day, there's an opportunity for Christian Deur to overtake him at the top of the table with a victory in our next match. He takes on Stephen Plumstead to complete our opening round of fixtures. The darting KDB coming out on top when the two met yesterday. There was a huge range in his performance levels over the course of the day, though. He produced our only three-figure average, but we'll hope for a bit more consistency this morning. To see which way the points go in this one, let's get back to Matt and Murph.
Yeah, that Christian Deur, his birth on the MODUS Super Series stage. And that was yesterday, and he had a decent day. 3 wins from 5. And looking, as Abby said, to go top of the table with a victory here. Steve Plumstead, well, he, again, qualifying from an ADC tournament. And again, gave a decent account of himself,
First
I would
leg,
say.
it's Stephen to throw first.
I also know he's been looking at our social media accounts, and he is aware of the comparison that was made between himself and a certain other person from the darts world by the name of Richard Ashton.
60.
He saw the funny side.
Well, this was the look-alike derby, wasn't it? Because I said Christian Deur yesterday was like Michael Cole,
135.
WWE commentator.
$50.
There's also the ADC shoot-off as well. ADC Europe versus the ADC UK.
134.
This is a mighty fine start here from Christian Deur against Stephen
43.
Plumstead, a man who's started his journey here quite early. He has to leave the house about 5:30 a.m. Make sure he gets here at the Super Series.
105.
But you didn't know there was 2 5:30s, did you, Chris?
Always up by 5:30.
40. Christian, you require 127.
Never miss news round. Deciding against
57.
any route to the bullseye there because Plumstead's so far behind. I think he's still stranded somewhere in the sea between here and the Isle of Wight at the moment.
58. Christian, you require 70. 30. 60. Christian, you require
6 starts
40.
if he needs them here at tops.
20.
Well, he's got loads of time. Plumstead still flapping around
39.
in choppy waters.
Christian, you require 20.
And Deur looking at double 10 to finally cross the line in the leg.
10.
Still hasn't done it.
Stephen, you require 151.
When you start missing on the doubles, that's where it starts to affect the confidence, because that's where you notice it the most.
57. Christian, you require
It's the
10.
dart that means the most, the dart that wins or loses you the legs. Completely outscored
6.
his
Stephen,
opponent
you
here. I
require
can't remember
94.
Stephen Plumstead even hitting a treble, but he might go on to win the leg.
He's got no right to win the leg. Absolutely no right to win this leg.
78.
He
Christian,
hasn't
you
won it
require
yet,
4.
but neither has Christian Deur. Double 2 now. 9th dart missed at double. A 10th. But
Game
not that
shot on
one.
the first leg.
And double 1 is the
Christian
one.
Deur.
And by hook or by crook, Deur gets over the line in leg 1. A leg to forget for the pair of them.
Second leg, it's Christian to throw first. Game on.
And somehow, Plumstead still managed to get a dart to win it.
Penny for the thoughts of
45.
Plumstead then, just a nice wry smile on his face as he shook his head after that leg, just wants to reset. By the way, if you ever wonder what's going through a
41.
dart player's head and what comes out of their mouth on stage, we actually mic'd up a darts player last week. The one sat alongside me now, Matthew Egger, and that video will be going out on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel this evening around 5 p.m. Make sure you are on the lookout for that. Even
81.
better, make sure you subscribe to the channel, and you can be the first to see all of the new content as it arrives. Plenty of it as
60.
well. Bullseye challenges incoming this week from these players, but yeah, we mic'd up Matthew Edgar.
58.
And well, does it need to come with a warning for?
Are you allowed to show it? Is it actually usable content, or did we have to bleep anything?
Well, it's taken a while to edit. I'll just put it that way.
It should have been out on Sunday.
100.
I know that many of you are watching on the YouTube channel now. In fact, there are plenty of you watching by that platform, but 68% are not subscribed. Make sure
60.
you do us a huge favour, and we can continue to get better content, better players for things like that than Matthew Edgar if you do that.
60.
That's our promise.
Christian, you require 170.
Yeah, it wouldn't be too hard to find one of them, to be fair. That would have been so ironic after missing 10 darts at the double in the previous leg to take out the 170.
Is he going to mess around
41.
now once again?
Christian, you require 33. Game shot on the second
Double
leg.
14 is something
Christian
he did keep
Deur.
leaving yesterday. Seems to love it there. Sort of Suljevic style Christian Deur in leaving
Third
that
leg, it's Stevens to
favoured
throw
target.
first.
And
Game on.
having missed just about every other double on the board in the first leg, he was straight in that one.
80. 83.
It's always the danger when someone has that sort of good debut day, when you come back and you try and
97.
replicate. A lot of the time as well, when you have that good first day, you come back the next time and it's more than replicate. You think, okay, well, I did that on debut, so I should expect
94.
better on day two. Maybe Stephen Plumstead's just found himself in that mode at the moment where he's trying to build and improve on yesterday's
60.
performance rather than just doing the same things. It's very easy to get caught up in that thought pattern. I myself felt very foul to that last
140.
week. Coming with no expectations of even hitting a treble 20. You win 3 matches out of 4. You come back the next day thinking of 5 grand.
44.
I think Glenn Durant had the same issue, didn't he? He came here hoping
58.
to win a leg, and when he won one, he thought he could win 2.
$78. Christian, you require
Well,
126.
Stephen Plumstead is struggling to win an egg at the moment. Deur looking at treble 19 and still.
$54. Stephen, you require 142. $58. Christian, you require 72.
He's himself on tops.
Game
And that's
shot on the
3
third leg.
zip.
Christian
Took him a while to
Deur.
hit a double, but since he did hit one, he's kept hitting them.
Fourth leg, it's Christian to throw first. Game on.
I've been trying to think of a word to describe Christian Deur. And I think the best one I can come up with so far
60.
is chaotic. Yeah, proper live wire, isn't he? Sort of how he conducts himself on the stage, and
41.
he's very unpredictable. And that is horrible to play. You like to play people that are predictable, whether it's predictably
96.
brilliant. That's not a problem. but unpredictable. What's he going to hit? One minute he's hitting everything, the next he's not. He's fast to the yockey. He's taking a longer walk round. You can't get a good read on Christian Deur.
57.
Well, he'll be delighted
140.
whether he shows it or not with a 4-0 win in his first match of the day.
96.
Plumstead, he's going to be
60.
quite concerned with this performance. The lack of treble hitting will need to be addressed very quickly. We know he's
80.
more than capable. Some of the performances he put in yesterday, high of 83.64, that came in his opening fixture. It was
100.
a victory.
Christian, you require 112.
He's 112 points away here from not registering a single leg.
I think this could be important for the rest of Stephen's day.
100.
To just get this check out, to get a leg in the ledger, and he does it clinically.
Stephen Plumstead.
It's a bit of an ironic celebration, but I think that could just be the point that stops him sinking in the quicksand today.
Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Sometimes you get the ironic celebration. You sort of get the opponent join in a little bit, maybe smile
60.
and laugh. Christian Deur had none of it. He hated that moment.
87.
Well, he knows in this short format that a game's never over until it's over.
180.
And suddenly, Plumstead's got a newfound confidence based on the back of 2 darts and has now managed to find 3 magical arrows in the same
59.
visit.
All of a sudden, he's got hope. There does come
40.
that point, though, where that hope then becomes back to reality and expectation, where you feel you're back in with a chance of winning the match. At the moment, he'll just be thinking, get some legs on the board,
97.
try and make the score respectable. But eventually that respectable scoreline becomes, oh, there's a story developing here. Could be a turnaround.
81.
Or maybe there is. Deur doing his level best to stop it, to ruin the narrative.
140. Stephen, you require 140.
And he will come back to the board looking at 118 to win this match.
100. Christian, you require 118.
It's the second time he's managed to approach the hockey with a chance of winning the game.
107.
Different route of doing
Stephen, you require 40.
which doesn't surprise me one bit with
Game
Christian
shot on the
Deur.
fifth leg.
And that doesn't
Stephen
surprise me one bit
Plumstead.
with Stephen Plumstead, who certainly knows where the doubles are.
6th leg, it's Christian to throw first. Game on.
15 from 37 yesterday. Very healthy return on the doubles.
60.
Also included 3 ton-plus checkouts. He's put another one in that column today.
140.
See that? The amount of darts that the pair have had at double. 15 for Deur.
140.
He's hit 3. Stephen Plumstead's only had 3, but he has it 2. And he's in this match. But for how much longer?
43. 100.
Deur has had a match start. That was at the end of that 118 combination.
42.
He'll be expecting more in this leg. 75 points clear, plus what's in his hand.
135. 100.
He's got breathing
Christian
space.
requires 66.
66 and 6 starts to do it. And there is a 6. But he's going to have to use
26.
both visits. And Plumstead gets the opportunity to add some duress.
45. Christian, you require 40.
Not much pressure applied. And it's double top to finally get it done. To finally get it won.
No score.
But he can't do it. He's finishing the match like he
Stephen, you
started it,
require
missing doubles.
131.
3 well thrown darts, but no reward, and a long way off here for Plumstead. The ball will be piling pressure on himself, but Plumstead unable to do so, and I don't think that was a full-on Andrew Gilding there. You know, it's quite ironic. Another one on the wire for Deur.
Game shot.
And finally he gets one between the wires. 7th time of asking Christian Deur gets the match wrapped up. It looked like he was going to run away with that one with a 4-0 success, but Stephen Plumstead showing some real fighting qualities and bringing that one back. Christian Deur now moves himself to the top of the table. JT Davis has been replaced temporarily, but he could go back there if he can beat Scott Walters in our next fixture.
So JT Davis and Scott Walters are back in action next. This match really didn't catch light yesterday, did it? The American scraping through with a mid-70s average. Walters, though, should take encouragement from his opening game of this morning's session, whitewashing Lisa Ashton with the exact same average that he beat her with yesterday. As for JT Davis, he's looking to get back to winning ways, having suffered back-to-back defeats. To see whether he can do just that, let's get back to the commentary team.
Yeah, got a win in this one yesterday, did JT Davis. As Abby mentioned, those back-to-back defeats both came against Moreno Michaels 4-3. End of yesterday's start of today, but before that, he just got a 4-2 win against Scott Walters to an extended then unbeaten run to 4 matches. Walters was kind of bemused and bothered at that point, but his back-to-back whitewash wins against Lisa Ashton have totally changed his outlook on this group, and a victory in this match
First
would
leg,
see
it's
Scott
JT to
Walters
throw
join the
first.
party at the top of the
Game
table.
on.
He would be on the same amount of points as both JT Davis and the new leader, Christian Deur.
I think that's one of the things that the players really like about a Group A campaign, that it's not all or nothing. There's not as much jeopardy in it. You've got time to settle
93.
in. You can make mistakes early on and still manage to recover the situation. Scott Walters could do the opposite of what he did that Group C campaign that we've
140.
spoke about for well over a year now, where he topped the group overnight, winning all his fixtures and didn't get through. Could be doing the opposite here, where he starts poorly and turns it
59.
around. Do we then stop reminding everyone of the Scott Walters incident, or is that going to be a Super Series legend?
It's kind of the first that it happened to, so
7.
I think it's something that's going to be hard to shake.
One thing you will not want to see is that head shaking of
93.
Scott Walters, because he seems to get in that habit of once that head starts shaking, can't keep it still, can't get back on the positive track once he loses the
100.
focus and the determination.
One hundred.
Davis first to a finish.
85. JT required 156.
2 goes at 156, with Walters leaving something below 170, but not something he can take out.
100. $99. JT required 56.
This wasn't an intentional double-double attempt, I don't think. This was 16 tops.
44. Scott, you
Lovely
require
opportunity here
70.
to Scott Walters, one he maybe didn't expect when he hit that big 5 to leave the 169. Good data tops.
Game shot on the first leg. Scott Walters.
It's where you just sit and look, sit and analyse. How did that moment
Second
affect
leg,
the
it's Scott
players?
to throw
Because
first. Game on.
when you stood up there, those moments hurt. For JT, the second that dart went in the 5 for Scott Walters, leaving 169, giving him 6 darts from 156.
43.
You think you got the job done, but how unsettling was that double 16 going for the big 16? Does seem a little unsettled at the moment.
Yeah, maybe just knocked out of his stride in that visit, but this one looks good. It looks very good, it's perfect.
180.
That was brilliant, because he was looking completely unsettled, but he just took that extra moment at the oche just to re-grip the dart and make sure it was in the hand just how he wanted it.
60.
Delivers a maximum visit. Now back in control.
Well, it's 4 in the red bit. Make that 5.
125.
And then he makes that 5, unfortunately.
Got excited there, didn't he? Thinking of the 9. You often ask when a player starts thinking of a 9 darter. The thought goes through the head after dart 4, I can
100.
guarantee you that. The dart 5, you'd have thought it was on. The only thing he needs to do, though, here is get that advantage, a throwback. He lost it in the opening leg.
60.
He probably would have felt that it was job done.
That's a really good response to losing that first leg. Did have 2 darts to win
60.
it, remember.
JT required 136. $80.
He's left it again. 56. looking to rectify the situation.
100. JT required 56.
Walters leaves the Humphreys. Finds the big 16 on this occasion.
36. Scott, you require
2 more darts missed.
138.
A minor opportunity here for Scott Walters if he can find a couple of trebles.
Can't. Not this time.
87. JT required 20. Game shown the
Davis takes
second leg.
advantage.
JT Davis.
I don't know if it's just me, but it seems a little bit
Third leg, it's JT to
slower
throw
pace
first.
than I've come
Game
to
on.
expect from the pair of them.
100%. Not just even in terms of the delivery of the dart, but the whole demeanour and the mannerism of going around the stage. It's as if they're trying to be a bit more
58.
deliberate, trying to make sure of the situation. And ultimately, when that happens, you just stop really propelling and projecting the dart through the air because you're just trying to place it in the board.
97.
I think they're aware of the permutations here in terms of the league table and how it could start taking shape here at the end of fixture 7.
Well, Davis is through his own
58.
good work, through his own results, has had it easy, really, hasn't he, so far in terms of the table? Because he's just won and won and won and
100.
been able to stay on top until that defeat at the end of the day yesterday. But now he's suddenly starting to see himself slip down, looking over his shoulder. He could easily kind of go into a protect mode.
96.
You sort of let it come out of your own hands as well. You're sort of looking for other people or other results. You play it by the
30.
table, as I know most players do when they come here. They want to know the live in-play table. What's the situation now where ultimately none of that really matters until the very end.
Scott Walters is kind of the other end of the scale. He went into the last
45.
game yesterday on just 2 points, and we were talking about him effectively being out of the race that he lost that game. Now he's right in it. Could be top.
78.
The beauty of the 3-day group. This was a 2-day group like Group
100.
C on Thursday and Friday. You'd have been sending the distress signals that Scott Walters might not even qualify.
$135. JT required 144. 66. Scott, you require
Go for a
61.
break of throw. Options here. Goes for that big area of the board where he could have got the 6 or the 10. Leaves top.
21. JT
Now has to
requires
rely on
78.
Davis not cleaning up 78. Well, it'll have to be 16 ball. But he can't
44.
locate the bullseye,
Scott,
so
you require
Walters back
40.
for tops for the break.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott Walters.
All 3 legs going against the throw.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first.
Both
Game on.
times when Scott Walters has won the leg, JT Davies has gone and stood with his back to him, just staring at the wall over by the drinks table.
And both times when Walters has won the
96.
leg, Davis has missed starts at double himself.
$60.
2 at double 12, or 1 at double 12 and 1 at double 6 in the opening leg, and that one at the bullseye, which should have been better really. It all started from missing
58.
the big 18.
$96.
Got plans moving forward, Scott Walters.
55.
We've mentioned the big goal is Lakeside. Like a lot of people now are eyeing up that Lakeside title. It's becoming quite a fixture once again for people in terms of a target and a goal. Scott Walters added his name to the list of
93.
people that want that goal and want that target, alongside the likes of Gary Stone, who was here last week. And he'll be off to
45.
Romania next week to take part in a couple of silver events over there. He's going to be going up to Scotland in the mid part of February, take part in the Scottish Open, a couple of silver events.
60.
And he's going over to Slovak for a silver and a bronze event. So plenty of opportunity for Scott Walters to get some ranking points. And at the moment, he is in a
57.
provisional place to make his Lakeside debut later on this year to grace that iconic stage. One of the stages that's a bucket list location, really, for
136.
any dart player. You always say you want to play in Ali Pally or the Lakeside. Some people's had the privilege of doing both.
100. JT required 56.
JT Davis was fortunate to play at Madison Square Garden in a PDC darts tournament.
16.
Right now, both men
Scott, you require 90.
on the equally coveted live lounge stage. Well, he started on the bullseye there. He's left himself 82. Good rescue to leave tops.
70. JT required
And
40.
this little exchange of breaks may continue.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
does
leg.
continue.
JT Davis. Fifth leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on.
I like this. Two individuals completely in battle, completely refusing to even acknowledge the other ones on the
45.
stage, completely looking the opposite way after these breaks a throw. But in a game where you get 4 breaks a throw like this, you also get a lot of frustration because for Scott Walters, he will feel now like he's had
60.
2 opportunities to kick on in this game. You break the throw and you give it straight back. It's a very frustrating place to be.
57.
Just continuing in that sort of sluggish manner as well. Both players, as Matthew Egger alongside me
85.
suggested, seemingly focusing on the importance of this encounter, which is quite rare. Game 5 on a Tuesday, a 3-day Group A, the middle day, and only the
59.
7th game in the group for the duo.
How much of that, though, also comes down to
24.
the fact that we haven't yet seen anyone really take this group, and we're just seeing opportunity constantly present itself.
140.
Tight game here would be a benefit for Christian Deur in regards to the legs difference column. He's currently the players in the top 3 positions.
95.
It's one of those where you're looking at the top 3. You're looking at those 3 sort of horses battling it out, and then when the camera zooms out, you notice a horse running up on the
140.
outside, motoring through. Is that Moreno Michaels?
Deur in action next. He faces Lisa Ashton, then Michaels against Stephen Plumstead.
139. JT requires 60.
The other two now at the moment, Ashton and Plumstead, who look like they need something to ignite any charge. JT Davis just needs tops to get the lead in this one.
20.
But he can't find it.
Scott, you require 98.
Nobody can hold their throat.
Double 9.
80. JT, you require 40.
He's had another chance, another opportunity. He wasn't able to take it on this occasion, Scott Walters. He'll just be hoping for a revisit to the board. This is where the heart goes for both
20.
players.
Scott, you require 80.
You stood at the back of the stage. You know your opponent's missed 2.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Good last start.
Scott Walters.
And it is a 5th successive break of throw in this battle of about. JT Davis having squandered those opportunities.
6th leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
2 darts in one visit, 3 in the next, 5 in total to lead 3-2 himself. And now Walters finds himself throwing for the match.
140. $83.
Is it third time lucky for Scott Walters? Certainly thrown with a lot more
100.
aggression and a bit more zip. Question like the pace being sucked out of this game, but no longer for Scott Walters. It's almost like he's angry now.
128.
He just wants to get it done. Doesn't want another dramatic leg where both players are missing doubles and there's another break.
36.
So maybe he might cause some with visits like that. Looked like he was out of sight in this leg, but that just offers optimism to his opponent.
And he was making life hard for himself there as well, staying on the treble 20. That deflection giving him hope once again.
Oh yeah, that was the worst possible dart for JT Davis. He was on a finish before we threw it. Had he not bothered to throw it, he'd have been in a better position.
Well, if he wasn't angry before, I think Scott Walters will be now. He was in good position and throws 36-26.
59.
Chance to recover the situation. Oh, he's going to have to start hoping.
$80. JT required 110.
So for 3-3 and for a 6 straight breaker throw. Not to be, Walters will get a chance. It should have been a much better one. The approach play
54.
here has been woeful from Walters, but he can put it
119.
right by taking out a ton topper. 60 for tops.
99.
And it's another leg, which
JT
sees the player
required
throwing first, miss a dart at double.
Once again, leaves 56. Once again, unable to take it, so Scott Walters can finally get the job done here with a double 10.
Game, shot, and the match.
There's been some turnaround this from Scott Walters, not just in regards to this fixture, but in regards to this group. He was down at the bottom end of the table, but he's now won his last 3 fixtures, and he's moved himself joint top of the table alongside JT Davies, the man he has just beat 4-2, and Christian Deur, who will be coming up next, who takes on the player bottom of the table, Lisa Ashton.
Christian Deur and Lisa Ashton go head-to-head in match 5 of 15 today. Top of the table, KDB with the opportunity to put a couple of points between himself and the rest of the field. He produced the best performance we've seen so far in Group A when these two met yesterday, averaging just shy of 102. Ashton not really getting a look in at the back end of legs. So to see whether he can get anywhere near that level again, or whether the Lancashire Rose can move herself onto 6 points, let's get back to Matt Edgar and Chris Murphy.
Thank you, Abby. We get into that point now for Lisa Ashton where results are becoming
81.
vital. But Christian Deur has been sort of the standout performer when we look through the numbers, not just in regards to
96.
the highest daily average, which he got yesterday, averaging 86.47 across the day, but in regards to the player who's most likely to give us something a little
43.
bit special. He's hit the 100 average so far, and out of the 390-plus averages we've seen so far, 2 of them have come from Christian Deur.
130.
But a little bit of concern there. Lisa Ashton starting down on the 19s, a tactic that you mentioned yesterday, Chris. If she's not
41.
feeling too good, does she then start at a lower target? She did that in that last visit, and potentially worrying signs moving forward.
Yeah,
80.
she maybe watched back the coverage yesterday, listened to my expert advice, and thought, yeah, he knows what he's talking about, that guy.
95.
Although she didn't do it in the second visit.
She's done it 2 visits now out of a 4.
129.
Concerning signs here that Lisa is not quite feeling right here.
Well, it may be a way of
95.
managing the problem, and it's
Christian
not been
requires
too
66.
ineffective. But Deur's been very effective in this leg, on this day, in this group. A little chink in the
30.
armour can be
Lisa,
missing
you
doubles. It
require
took him an awful long time to hit
146.
one in the first leg of his last match. In fact, 11 darts. Now, she can actually use 19s here, but she's opted on the checkout to go whatever way she would
94.
normally go.
Christian, you require 36.
And again, blowing on the hand, Lisa Ashton. Slightly concerning signs early on.
18.
And where
Lisa,
you
you
tend to
require
get found out
52.
when you're not feeling too great is on the doubles. She did have 7 darts without success in the opening game.
36.
Again, a
Christian, you require
couple
18.
of wayward darts for Lisa Ashton. Blowing on the hands again, a signal that maybe a little bit of cold creeping in.
Game shot on the first leg. Christian
I
Deur.
mentioned it with Abby Davies at the start of the show. That it's
Second
quite
leg, it's
cold
Christian
down
to
here
throw
today on
first.
the
Game on.
south coast, and when you've got that problem with the arm, the nerve, cold just makes the hand open a little bit slower,
121.
which makes the darts drop low, which might be why she's using the 19s. It's all making perfect sense.
58.
You just end up holding onto the dart a little bit longer, just dragging it low, and she does have a very short, sort of
100.
thick barrel, which again is just going to add to that issue.
99.
Well, Deur will be hoping to just quickly get his job done while she's
43.
trying to work her own style out, her own approach. He's thinking, let's just take advantage and
95.
get it done in double quick time. And if he does do that, it'll be the first player onto 10 points.
100.
Sometimes when you stood back, though, and you're watching an opponent struggle, it creeps into your game as well, and it makes it harder to play.
57.
Christian
Christian
Deur.
require 137.
Very good and commendable at the moment. That is able to just carry on playing his own game at the moment. Just got to keep the head
57.
down, try not to look, try not to pay too much attention and focus on the job in hand, because if you don't, Lisa could punish him.
83. Christian, you require 80.
So 80. For KDB to take leg 2.
40. Lisa
chance here for
require
Lisa Ashton.
109.
We'd assume starting on the 19s. Yep, 57 off that. And now double 16. Brilliant.
Game shot on the second
Absolutely
leg.
brilliant from Lisa Ashton.
Third leg, it's
That
Lisa to throw
Lisa's
first. Game on.
First tumpless checkout. And a warning sign there to Christian Deur that you're not going to have it all your own way.
83. $41.
Yeah, maybe that warning has just been heeded. Some success with this new approach.
95.
There are players that have done that. MODUS Razmar often employs it himself, just likes the 19s more. So he will do that at times.
100.
Trying to get himself going. Eileen de Graaf in the ladies' game, another player who's superb on this target and will utilise it as often as possible.
95.
Finding
45.
a treble every throw at the moment, Lisa Ashton down on those 19s.
58.
That's fine as well. Uses 2 singles and another single 20 to leave the finish first. And Deur would look like he might be easing through this
100.
game. Could find
Lisa
himself
require
behind in
170.
6 darts or so.
45.
Those first 2 darts as well, more positivity coming through for Lisa Ashton. Yes, they wasn't treble 20s, but going above the treble, getting a bit of height on the dart.
59. Lisa require 125.
Well, needed the 25 for another go at the bullseye there.
117.
Nicely
Christian
done. This is
require
good stuff from Lisa
156.
Ashton.
$41. Lisa require 8. Game shot on the third leg. Lisa Ashton.
Sitting and nodding along here at the moment with Lisa Ashton.
Fourth leg, it's Christian to throw first.
She's going to
Game
be
on.
causing some distress here for Christian Deur, who would have probably looked at the league table and thought, I'll go up there, get me points, come off top of the table.
140.
Well, if it does go the way of Lisa, then we start to see a real closing up once again in this group. Her and Stephen Plumstead are both
41.
on 4 points at the moment. He plays Moreno Michels next, who's on 6. Now, if they both win, there'll be 2 points separating all the players after 7 games.
45.
There is also that other concern, though, that Lisa's come up with a strategy here to come up and just throw at the 19s and try and find a way to be competitive in this game.
121.
But eventually, it goes from being competitive to being the favourite to win the game, and then how does that play on the mind?
60.
She did go to Lakeside this year with the ambition of just winning a game, which sounds a bit bonkers for a player that's
98.
picked up so many titles and picked up 4 world championships, but is really suffering with a couple of health issues and is on the road to recovery,
180.
as Christian Deur is with this fixture.
Yeah, the 180 gets him in charge, but that's a
140.
fantastic
Christian requires
riposte.
76.
Well, he does get there in the end. I was half surprised that he went for the treble 20 with his pawn Sean for double 14, but he made it work and he's levelled the
Fifth
tie.
leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on. $95. $140. $95.
Interesting to see if Lisa persists with this tactic throughout the day as well. The fact she's finding quite regular success down there on the 19 suggest that this might be what we see throughout the rest of the day.
180. $42.
Oh, really good stuff.
127.
From Deur, though, who's managed to sort of weather the storm a little bit.
59. Christian, you require 54.
And he can lead again by landing tops.
14.
He'll be back for that target.
Time on his hands, Lisa back on 210.
40. Christian, you require 40.
Chasing it up and down the board. Leaves the biggest finish of them all, the 170.
$35.
But that sort of
Lisa, you require
kryptonite to the
170.
Christian Deur game rears itself again. Just 2 from 15 on the doubles.
28. Christian, you require 5.
Well, it's double one. It was unintended.
3.
And he's
Lisa, you require
left a
142.
really precarious double here. Lisa Ashton might think she can still win this leg. And she might stay there. Well, she's moved away. I thought it was a good guide to try and follow.
79. Christian, you
But
require
she could
2.
still be back. Who knows? Not much margin for error here. Has to be high if he misses. He is high.
No
But it's
score.
not in.
Lisa, you require
20 darts at the
63.
double for Christian Deur, and he's only converted 2. And Ashton gets an unexpected chance in this leg. Going to be at tops.
23. Christian, you require 2.
There is no room for error here for Christian Deur. So double is left on purpose a few times.
Game shot on the 5th
And he
leg.
finally
Christian
gets over the
Deur.
line. A chaotic approach we called Christian Deur.
6th leg, it's Christian to
He
throw
doesn't know whether to
first. Game
celebrate,
on.
look round the room, look at Lisa. He doesn't know what to do right now, but best thing he can do is just go up and hit 501 points here and come off the stage top of the table.
42.
Wins against Stephen Plumstead and Lisa Ashton if he does complete this one.
59.
He did beat both of those players at the back end of yesterday. That would be a nice little winning streak starting,
140.
really, for Christian Deur. Since his defeat to JT Davis in game 9 of Monday, it would be 4 on the bounce.
40.
He played Davis again in game 7 today. This game 5 of 15 fixtures brought to you live on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
96. 59.
Gets down to a finish. He's going to get 6
96.
starts at the
Christian
120.
require 120.
To get this match done and to dodge an almighty scare.
80.
Well, he will be back. He's needed so much time on doubles, not just in this game, in both games. He's faffed around.
60. Christian, you require 40.
20 darts he's missed at doubles in this game. Make that 22
No score.
and more.
Lisa, you require
And still Lisa
150.
Ashton has an opportunity. Not one she's going to take in this visit, but will she get another?
58. Christian, you require 40. Game, shot,
Not this
and
time.
the match.
Deur
Christian Deur
gets the job done in the end. There were glimpses from Lisa Ashton, who's obviously trying to adapt try and work around her problems, her stresses, her injuries. A lot of time spent on treble 19 in that game. Christian Deur spent a lot of time on doubles in that game. Threw 27 times at the outer ring, but successfully found 4, and that is what you need. 109, check out the highlight for Lisa Ashton, but it is Deur who gets the victory, and it's a victory that pulls him clear at the top of the table. He's the first man to 10 points. Coming next in the 6th game of the day, it's Moreno Michaels against Stephen Plumstead.
Moreno Michaels and Stephen Plumstead complete our 2nd round of fixtures here on Move-In Day at the Super Series. Michaels producing a cracking comeback from 3-1 down in his opener against JT Davis, reeling in the big fish en route to a 4-3 win in that one. As for Plumstead, he showed some battling qualities to try and mount a fight back in his opener, eventually going down 4-2 to Deur. A win for Michaels here will see him draw level with JT Davis and Scott Walters on 8 points. So let's see whether he can do just that, shall we? Chris, Matt, back to you.
Yeah, Moreno Michaels, who
45.
Yeah, he's not really kicked on from what he did in the last series so far. Still waiting for him to sort of motor. He could make a move here up the table and put himself in a joint 2nd position if he can get the better of Stephen Plumstead, who would then start to be looking cut adrift along with Lisa Ashton. Obviously has her own struggles at the moment.
81.
But it was a weekly win for Michaels in Series 5, and then he went on to reach the grand final of Champions Week when he lost to Jim McEwen, of course, who will be in action later on this week in Group B, so there could well be a rematch.
100.
But I think the question that Abby asked you, Matt, at the start of the show was, has anybody taken the group by the scruff of the neck? And I think the answer would probably still remain the same, despite the fact that Christian Deur has won both his games and gone clear at the top of the table. He's done it by throwing about 67 darts at double in the process. It hasn't been convincing, has it?
Well, in his opening 2 games, he's actually thrown 48 darts at a double.
60. Moreno
He
required
only had 38 across his
170.
whole 5 matches yesterday, so he's already thrown 10 darts more at the outer ring. And not looked convincing
96.
in much of it. So, yeah, still wide open. Still waiting for that player to say, this is my group. I'm having a bit of that.
85. Moreno requires 74.
On the player's history and CV, you'd suggest it's going to be this
Game
man,
shot
Moreno
first leg.
Michaels.
Moreno Michaels. Second leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
Bit of a statement finish there from Moreno. Will be someone Stephen Plumstead will
60.
be very well aware of. Stephen Plumstead regularly tunes in to watch the Super Series. He'll be aware that Moreno's won a week and was very
81.
good at Champions Week. He'll know what Moreno's done in regards to reaching those World Championship stages.
96.
Took on the legendary John Part in the 2014 World Championships, Moreno Michaels. And they're going down 3-2.
40.
John Part, another player that's set foot on the Live Lounge stage here in Portsmouth.
100.
Did we put a poster on the wall of John Part when he played here?
No respect from the wall for
58.
JP. Who do you think is the most decorated player we had on that stage, the most successful in professional pursuits?
83.
Oh, fantastic question that. We've had some real legends on that stage. In terms
60.
of titles won, can you look any further than John Part?
I mean, world titles, he's got 3. Martin Adams, the same.
60.
Major titles, we've got Robert Thornton maybe thrown to the mix and has struck in the Pro Tours and things like that. He's probably got more.
But in regards to those World Championships won by
83.
John Part,
Stephen, you
there are
require
3 iconic
102.
World Championship stages, and John Part won a World Championship on each of them.
Yeah, quite remarkable.
70.
Lakeside, the Circus Tavern and the Ali Pally, and some epic matches as well.
97. Stephen, you required 32. Game shot on the second leg. Stephen Plumstead.
Plumstead here levels this one. Maybe have to throw Glenn
Third
Deur
leg, it's
into the
Moreno
mix.
to throw first. Game on.
Certainly on the back of the Premier League title.
96.
Not just winning the Premier League trophy, he also topped the group, won the league phase as well, so did the Premier League double.
83.
Yes, Glenn, that was a bit of praise coming your way.
If you were going to just do it on who's won the most titles that's played on that stage, the answer would be simple. Disa Hedman
96.
won a title on this stage as well when she was here. The ADC Women's Tour Finals.
41.
With that in mind, I know it was a point of discussion yesterday, but who's the one person
96.
you'd love to see on that stage that we haven't yet?
Yeah, apparently there was quite a response, but some people didn't follow the
140.
direction. Scott Walters this morning on his way in said to me that loads of people have been texting him saying they want to play on that stage. Don't text him, tell us at
79.
MFS Darts. If you do want to text Scott Walters, it's 0778. No, I'm not going to go down that route.
100. Moreno, you require 134.
Well, the number here for Michaels is 134. Not going to take it. So Plumstead will get a go at 130 something himself. And
94.
may have to
Stephen,
take
you
it.
require 137.
Got a funny story about that, actually. I'll save it because I could have
64.
saved the opportunity here for
Moreno, you
Plumstead, but
require
Moreno
40.
tops the target he hit at the end of the 74 combination in the opening leg, and that's a beautiful lie there for Moreno. Makes it even better.
No score.
I thought he
Stephen,
surely
you
can't
require
miss.
73.
He's found a way to do it.
I think Stephen Plumstead thought the same. If you saw his reaction in the back row when he saw where that dart landed, he felt it was inevitable he would lose this leg.
37.
But he might still be
Moreno
right.
required 40.
Because he had his chance and he missed his chance.
Game shot on
And
the
it's
third
the only
leg.
chance he was going to get.
Michaels.
Michaels leads 2-1.
So, the story. You made a joke there about
Fourth
reading
leg,
out
it's Stephen to
Scott
throw
Walter's
first.
number.
Game on.
I've got a friend who's a YouTuber, and he accidentally, when making a video, forgot to edit out when he's showing the
140.
parcel his address. So it's shown the address on the video, but he did go back and edit it, but it was too late. People had seen it.
44.
For the next 2 weeks, he was getting parcels arrived to his house, things like people ordering him samples of carpets and all sorts of
140.
like shampoo samples, and literally bombard like 100 parcels a day. So as we were saying, Scott
43.
Walter's number is 078.
That sounds like a good idea to me. Free gifts.
You'd probably try putting all the
41.
pieces of carpet together and laying it.
Speaking of free gifts, why not bag yourself some free tickets to the MODUS Super Series for Saturday
59.
night? Been some decent finals night action already in 2024, and you can be part of the next lot or any lot.
118.
Tickets available via scanning that QR code. You'll go through to dartshop.tv where you will be able to secure yours for a very small booking fee.
40.
If
Stephen
you missed it and just want to type it in the web browser, it's dartshop.tv. Stephen Plumstead looks at double 16
Game shot on the
and
fourth
finds
leg.
it for 2-2.
Stephen Plumstead. Fifth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Just a recap of what's happened so far today. Scott Walters has won both of his matches. 4-0 against Lisa Ashton, 4-2 against JT Davis.
134.
Moreno Michaels won his opener 4-3 against Davis. This is his second game. Plumstead went down 4-2 to Christian Deur, who's
41.
won both of his matches 4-2. And Lisa Ashton is without a win in her 2 games so far.
140.
Looks like the game plan's
100.
very evident here for Moreno. Just hold the throw. If he can get a chance against it, bonus, but he seems to be putting all his efforts into holding, and he's
95.
working to success there. 132 points left after just 9 darts.
55. Moreno,
That
you
means he's going to
require
have to try and chase down a
132.
12 darter with very limited time to do so.
78. $96. Moreno, you require 54.
Double 20. Becomes double 10.
34.
He'd be slightly happier to have missed on the outside than on the inside.
42. Moreno, you require 20. Game shot on the fifth leg.
He does lead the
Moreno
match. That
Michaels.
holding of the throw continues. Did you
Sixth
stop
leg, it's
the
Stevens to throw
corridors this
first.
morning and
Game on.
chat to the guys again? I was just wondering if we got to the bottom of the fox on the back of the Plumstead shirt.
I
45.
didn't, but I'm going to get the answer. Whether it's tomorrow or whether anyone's going to get in touch with us who knows Stephen Plumstead, could drop us a message and
140.
let us know the meaning behind the fox. Maybe he's a Leicester City fan.
100. $93.
And there will be a story behind it, I'm sure. I hope it's not as boring as being a Leicester City fan.
60.
Maybe he's got a sort of hidden hobby of going ravaging through wheelie bins on a night.
75.
Surely you'd have seen him, though, wouldn't you, when you was doing it?
It'll be that until corrected. So you better get your tweets in.
60.
You get quite a few foxes going around the streets in
177.
Portsmouth. It may be off the stage for Stephen Plumstead on his
42.
foxy shirt.
Moreno requires 16.
Double 8.
Game,
To put the fox in his box.
And the match, Moreno
Michaels gets the job done. A 4-2 success for the Dutchman. And Plumstead, well, he's without a win from 2 matches like Lisa Ashton, and it looks like that pair are starting to get cut adrift in the Group A table. It's a 4-point gap to the rest of the field from that pair, and that field in second place, joint second place, includes Moreno Michaels, JT Davis and Scott Walters, with Christian Deur out on top on 10. And it's something of a top of the table tie after the break when Deur takes on Davis. Stay with us.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where we've just seen Moreno Michels get the better of Stephen Plumstead by 4-2. As a result of the 6 matches we've seen so far, there's been quite a bit of a shift in the league stand-ins. As you can see, the day got underway with a 4-0 victory for Scott Walters over Lisa Ashton. He did so with the exact same average that he beat the Lancashire Rose with yesterday. Then Moreno Michels, as you can see, he's won both of his matches so far today, and we can see what those results have done to the league stand-ins. JT Davis came into today's play having won 4 of his 5 matches yesterday, sat pretty at the top of the table, but as you can see, he's now dropped down to 3rd place. Christian Deur now top of the table on 10 points. For JT Davis, as I just mentioned, he won 4 of his 5 matches yesterday. It's not gone to plan so far today, though. He did lead Moreno Michels by 3 legs to 1 in his opener. Looked like he was on course to a victory in that one, but Moreno Michels, aided by this sublime 170 to complete a 12-dart leg, overturned the deficit and ended up winning that one 4-3. In contrast, Scott Walters is having a sublime start to his second day. 2 wins from 2 so far in this campaign, and it really has been a different demeanour from Walters today. He's looked so much more confident, composed with the darts that he's producing so far today. And he condemned JT Davis to his second defeat of the day. As a result of everything that's happened so far, Scott Walters is certainly the one to watch in terms of the league standings. He's, of course, now moving up the league rankings. Next up for you, though, we've got KDB in action. He's top of the league standings. He produced the best average that we saw yesterday, didn't he? He was really good indeed in that one. 102 he averaged yesterday. He actually missed 23 darts at the outer ring in this match against Lisa Ashton, but still managed to get over the line quite convincingly. Next up, he's back in action, looking to move on to 12 points in the league standings. It is KDB taking on JT.
Thank you very much, AD. And it's Emmy and me talking you through this one. Matthew Edgar alongside Chris Murphy, and it's, top of the table tussle really, and a chance for Deur to make that spot his own. If he wins it, he pulls 4 points clear, most significantly of his opponent, because he's the one who will have played the same amount of fixtures as well, and it's been a group of 2 halves so far, or it will become
Game
that
on.
with another defeat here for JT Davis, who won his first 4 in this group, but has now lost his last 3.
58.
Lots of questions to be answered here for the pair of them, despite the fact it's a top of the table clash. Christian Deur, though, you'd argue, has certainly
81.
in terms of the league table had the more likely victories. And now he's got to play the people towards the top end of the table. He's not going to be able to get away with missing the amount of darts at doubles that he has so far. 48 darts at doubles in fixtures 1 and 2. That is more than any individual player thrown at doubles across the entirety of yesterday. And then again, with scoring power like
57.
the big maximum visit, maybe he's going to give himself a few more opportunities at the doubles.
You used the word yesterday to describe him, erratic, and I think that's only continued.
180.
And it kind of shows in those doubling stats as well. Never know what to expect.
Well, I'm noticing a bit of a pattern here, don't I? If I called him erratic yesterday, I called him chaotic today.
26.
And that's kind of just making the point for you. A 180 in this leg and a 26.
41. 28. JT required
And the
141.
Yeah, 180 in this leg. And after 15 darts, he's still on 152. In fact, they both hit a 180. After 15
45.
darts, still
Christian
at least 2 darts away from
152.
checking out. That would have been so Christian Deur just to top up
88.
that 152
JT
out.
requiring 96.
Nothing surprises me anymore with Christian Deur, and that makes it really hard to play.
Double 18 for JT Davis, double 9 for the American.
Game shot
And
the
he
first
finds it.
leg. JT
And
Davis.
he finds a break of throw in the opening leg.
Second leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on.
I can tell you none of the players are going to enjoy playing Christian Deur because look at the range of performance that he's got as well so far. Just over the sample of games we've got, he's had a high of 101.90, but he's had a low of 75.03. So nearly
95.
27 points worth of range in performance. That is one of the biggest ranges I've ever seen.
96.
And you've got to think, what version are you going to get between those sticks?
138. 100.
Middle round of matches for the day. We're going to be at a point after this set of fixtures where the players are closer to the end of the group than they were to
60.
the start of it. And it will be interesting to see how the table takes shape.
$57. 140. 121.
Big
Christian,
set
you
of
require
visits from both.
68.
Just pointing it on the scoreboard,
Game
but
shot
nothing in it on the
leg.
legs.
Christian Deur.
Christian Deur, we've highlighted the issue may be on the doubles. Not now.
Third leg, it's Christian to throw first. Game on.
You can see that he's very well aware of the issue himself as well after hitting that double, almost throwing his arms out to the side as to be, where was you earlier?
93.
Which is just full-on dart player mentality. Never quite happy with the moment, despite the fact even earlier, yes, he was missing the doubles, but he still won both of those fixtures. The modern dart player just wants to win everything with 100 average all the time. Averages sort of feel killing the sport a little bit at times. I know
58.
speaking through my own successes last year when I'd pick up a couple of titles, the first thing people asked, what did you average? It's like, don't you want to look at the trophy? Focus on the trophy, not the average. But
91.
that seems to be the case now. In the past, you went with a trophy. How many points did you win for that? How much prize money did you pick up? Now the first question, what did you average?
85.
Yeah, it's always a good guide, isn't it, to work out the sort of standard of players. But I think over a longer period of time, I'd rather know someone's average for the group than for an individual match.
128.
And I think people are starting to sort of get to terms with the fact that it can be quite a misleading stat, can't it? The difference
133. JT required 142.
a 16 dart leg and an 18 dart leg in terms of an average is enormous. But exactly the same, effectively. And those two darts are in exactly the same segment for an enormous finish.
122.
Yeah,
Christian
83 and 93, the difference between the two. 6 visits to the board.
That was such a delicious guide for the bull. Had he managed to find that treble 9 team he was going for.
50. JT required 20.
Treble 5 then for Davis.
10. Christian, you require 82.
The reaction suggests he feels the opportunity may have passed him by. Christian Deur has been struggling to hit
42.
one double, opts to try and hit
JT
2.
required 10.
Looking to split. There's double 4.
Game shot
Finds
on the
it
third
last starting
leg.
hand, and that
JT
should give him
Davis.
some optimism. We're really seeing some good signs here from JT Davies in regards to
Fourth leg, it's JT to throw first.
not getting
Game on.
embroiled with the moment. Being able just to sort of smile things off. Someone who's got such limited experience of the sport. Doing some really good signs here on the most competitive and the
100.
biggest stage he's yet to play on.
$100. 86.
Big matches coming up. Scott Walters against Laredo Michaels next. I will determine which one of that pair gets 10
100.
points. But after that, quite interestingly, Stephen Plumstead against Lisa Ashton. For me, even at this stage, whoever loses that match can pretty much be assured of a spot in Group C.
97.
I don't think there's much coming back from that point.
$125. $43. $60.
Traveller's visit there from Christian Deur has just opened the door. And no, I didn't mean to make that
42.
rhyme.
Christian require 116.
Hunting down the treble. Can't find it, so an outside opportunity for
52.
JT Davis.
JT require 133.
Well, that is unorthodox. I'm going to take off a 33
49.
first.
Christian requires
He did
64.
that earlier with the 148 as well, didn't he? He tried to take the 48 off with the treble 16, just to leave himself the straight ton.
32.
I mean, it makes sense
JT
when you're hitting it.
require
It's just when you
84.
don't, the breakdown doesn't come as nice.
It breaks down to the bullseye in the end.
59.
Could not quite find
Christian
it.
require 32.
And Deur can get
Getting
level
shot
and
on the
does.
fourth leg.
And has the darts
Christian
to lead the
Deur.
match. He sits on
Fifth
10
leg, it's
points in
Christian
the
to throw
table, two
first.
clear of
Game
JT
on.
Davis, who if he loses this, will have followed 4 wins with 4 defeats.
96. $100.
Just been looking through the stats from Q School as well the past week when 31 players picked up their
60.
PDC tour cards, just to try and throw a little bit more light on that discussion we had regarding the averages. And there's a real case in point in a couple of players, such as Toretta, the first Italian tour card
134.
holder. His average, actually, in terms of a ranking, if we put up the averages of everyone who played at Q School, he would have been the
95.
166th best average at Q School. But because he was in that window of the 6 start visits, he's still always in with an opportunity to win the match. And he won enough matches there to get himself his card. We also got cards for
100.
players ranked 130, 107, 101. 94th player picked up the most points at the European Q School.
But an interesting debate. I think
60.
there may be a
JT
stats
require
revolution around the corner in darts.
167.
You even think about it the other way. We spoke about the difference between a... Well, hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
142.
What an attempt that was from JT Davis. Yeah, we spoke about the difference between a 16 and 18 dart leg, but the difference between a 15 and 16
100.
in terms of
JT
the average is
require
relatively
25.
small, but in terms of winning legs and matches, it's enormous. Couldn't take out the enormous checkout. Can he clean up the remainder?
Game
He
shot
can,
the
and he
fifth
used that
leg.
dart
JT
expertly.
Davis.
And Davis, well, this is big, this is big for this group. Not just for him, but for the rest of the chasing pack as
Sixth
well.
leg, it's JT to
To
throw
stop
first.
a player getting
Game
away.
on.
And Davis was a player that needed to be stopped yesterday. Today, he's the one doing the stopping.
$60.
Well, when you break that 93 average, it just means that you're more likely to drop into a 15 dart or less leg. And that's the difference between those numbers. You see people, when they talk about a player averaging 86 or 88, go, oh, if they could get it up to a 90. Well, makes no difference in terms of the control of the match. Then we could
97.
debate all day, understanding behind the numbers.
$57.
Well, nothing between these two in the numbers. So the average of JT Davis in particular hampered by missed doubles.
58.
He's 3 from 13. Christian Deur, who's usually in those kind of stats himself today, but it's 2 out of 3 from him.
100.
Davis knows a treble or two from here, and he's got an opportunity
58.
to get the job done in this leg. But he's come up dry in the last 2 visits.
140.
It's 3 darts on the match here for JT Davis.
92. Christian required 144.
He could have done with a second treble. Gives himself a hope and an opportunity.
60. JT required 136.
Needs 2 trebles. There's 1. He's got to stay away from that treble. Doesn't want to
100.
bust it. We've seen that already this
Christian
week.
required 84.
But to take us all the way.
Well, in most matches today, he's missed loads of darts at doubles, Christian Deur, but in this match, he's been clinical in that department. It's only the ball. It's
Game
in the
shot
ball.
the 6th leg.
He remains
Christian
clinical. 3 out of 4, including that brilliant bullseye when he was right on the ropes. But now he has the
So
darts
the
to
final
carry
leg is
on.
Christian to throw
A
first.
perfect day.
Game on.
2 from 2 already. And if he makes it 3 from 3, he will put a full 4 points between himself and JT Davis, the
100.
leader going into today's play.
He also gave it a bit of a semi-Bob Anderson there as well, didn't he? Giving it the old point. And we won't be seeing this year at the Seniors World
26.
Championship. Bob Anderson no longer taking part in those events.
Yeah, great to have seen him. The moment, one of the moments of the first World Seniors
57.
was when he hit that 180 with his last 3 darts and then did the finger point.
$96.
Made kind of a wish he was retired then. It was just such a fitting moment. Never really worked out the seniors for Bob Anderson. Still very active as a
84.
darts player. Still plays in his local area, and there are many top talents coming from there as well, not least Dom Taylor, certainly one to watch.
117. $50.
Here's a question for you, Matt. Phil Taylor's final year on the seniors. He's retiring from his retirement, or whatever that means. A full final retirement for Phil
43.
Taylor after the seniors this season. He hasn't won an event yet. If he does go on and win one before the last one, do you think he might just pack it in
134.
then when he's on top?
On the basis he didn't do that after winning the World Match Play, I would suggest no. But the thing with the seniors is the World Championship comes first, where the World Championship on the professional scene comes
59.
last. So
Christian
Tough
requires
one to call.
76.
but this one may be called game over. Because Deur wants tops for the match.
Game, shot, and the match.
And
Christian
we've been speaking
Deur.
before this game about the troubles that Christian Deur's had. It was all on the doubles. He has corrected that. Whatever he's been doing in the back room has worked perfectly there. 80% on the doubles, 4 from 5. And he beats JT Davis, whose day continues with misery. 3 defeats now for JT Davis, the man who opened top of the league. And now Christian Deur is opening up a lead at the top, but Scott Walters will be hoping to keep hold of him, and he's coming up next against Moreno Michaels.
Scott Walters and Moreno Michaels are next to lock horns on the Super Series stage. One of the two will move on to 10 points as Plumstead and Ashton start to get cut adrift at the bottom of the table. Michaels was impressive in this particular fixture yesterday, averaging 94 in a 4-2 win. It does feel like we might see a different version of Walters in this one today, though. So could it be a completely different contest? To find out which of the two move on to double figures in the league standings, let's get back to Matt and Murph.
Thank you, Avi. Yep, it is starting to take shape, isn't it? The Group A table for
First leg, it's Scott to
this
throw
week.
first. Game on.
At the MODUS Super Series. And that was a big win for Christian Deur, who's now become the target that the likes of Scott Walters and Moreno Michaels are hunting down. One of them could get within 2 points of the league leader.
83.
Maybe even start to turn it into a two-horse race. Might be early for those sentiments, but when you consider that both of these men have Christian Deur to play
58.
today, then there is an opportunity still for someone other than him to be top of the table come the end of the session.
41.
I think when it comes to predictions in this group, I give up already. This is a group of people that are just going to constantly keep beating
81.
each other. Absolute minefield for predictions. It's just about getting that timing right here for the players. Beat the right player at the right time.
60.
There's going to be opportunities present themselves.
Looking to join the 8
60.
weekly winners at Champions Week. Series victors so far: Willie Borland, Andy Bolton, Chaz Barstow, Cam Crabtree, Steve
41.
West, Andreas Harrison, Chris Landman and Neil Duff. Now, Duff, Landman and Borland will not be playing at Champions Week. Duff playing in the World Seniors that clashes with that, the World Championship that we spoke about in the
47.
previous match. And Willie Borland and Chris Landman went on to get tour cards. For those who are unaware, they will be replaced by the best performing runners-up. So not necessarily the runners-up in
94.
those weeks, but the best performing runners-up overall based on averages. I suppose case where averages do matter.
95.
All that will obviously have to be sorted come the end of the 12-week cycle.
95.
So there is a slight advantage for the
Moreno
players getting to the
require
finals now, knowing
160.
that there will be some extra spacers, making sure that they do perform to their optimum levels in the finals, even if they don't win them.
100. Scott, you require 87.
Walters to win this leg. Well, he's made it hard for himself. He's made it easier for himself. But he hasn't
75.
made
Moreno
it
requires
complete.
60.
60 for his opponent.
$20. Scott, you require 12.
Just makes you think that first start may have been in the way at the distance. Moreno Michaels has missed
Game
that
shot on the first
target,
leg.
and Scott Walters finds his 23 darts. Is not his pinnacle best, but it's enough to get the best of
Second leg, it's
Moreno in this
to throw
opening leg.
first. Game on.
It's been an interesting day today. There are still actually 3 players unbeaten.
100.
But that will change at the end of this match because 2 of them are on the stage. Deur 3 from 3, this pair 2 from 2, and then 3 players without wins. Davis losing all 3 of his games.
60.
And Stephen Plumstead and Lisa Ashton have both lost 2 of 2. They go head-to-head next. That will change for one of them.
60. $82.
See the angle of entry on this particular camera angle. His darts standing very upright, which just harks back to
43.
that dart that was in the way on the 60 attempt in the previous leg. I think Scott Walters' angle of entry is quite inconsistent. There's no
82.
sort of regular pattern to it. What sort of causes that?
Well, I'm thinking that might even be down to the reason why we've seen him change equipment. Maybe it's something he's aware of within his game.
58.
A lot of it just comes down to the grip here for Scott Walters. You'll see that he actually grips the dart very close to the point. And that is just a standard straight barrel dart he's using. So we'd expect the balance
99.
point to be somewhere around the middle. So he's gripping just past the balance point, which does mean when he throws it, it's just going to be a bit of fishtailing through the air.
60.
When he throws a dart firmly like that, you'll see it enters the board.
162.
Did he mean that? His reaction was almost a surprise.
100. Scott, you require 16.
Maybe you're surprised he hit it because he was only running at a 60-odd average at the first part of this game.
It was a superb setup in the end. Treble 20, treble 18, treble 16. I'm not
No
sure. I'm
score.
not sure he hasn't fluked to treble 18 there.
Moreno, you require 80.
You ask him, I'm sure he'll tell you it was all intentional. That's a great dart.
33.
He'd have
Scott,
fancied
you
that, the
require
way that was sat
16.
just on the top wire of the bullseye.
$8.
Heavy weather on the outer ring here.
Moreno, you
Scott
require
Walters did all
47.
the hard work, the good work with that sublime setup, but he may lose the leg. Double 10. Michaels
Game
levels up.
shot on the second leg. Moreno Michaels. Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. 60.
Just got to make sure he doesn't let that frustration creep into his game. Saw that throughout yesterday, and it was a very
40.
slippery and very quick slope. He'll be feeling like he's in the mountains of Serbia once again.
180.
That's one way to stop it. But an avalanche of excellence coming in from Scott
60.
Walters, starting with that maximum.
$125.
Right, the errant dart. He managed to find 2 more in the treble 20 bed.
60. Scott, you require 136.
Dominant leg here from Scott Walters. One of the better legs he's
96.
thrown here this week. This is where that frustration comes from, because he knows what he's capable of. He knows what he can do. When it's not coming through as
100.
consistently as
Scott,
you'd
you
like,
require 40.
you then try and work out what was it that was doing so well that allows me to be down at a double after 12. A double he thought he hit. Reel him in.
Game shot on the third leg. Scott Walters.
Reels that one in. It's one of those down your local. Everyone sits with the fishing rods.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
You always get someone say, he's treading water, is the other comment.
100.
Well, despite the stumble, it was a 14 dart leg for Scott Walters. And he's
100.
catching Moreno Michaels here on a really off game.
We talk about those expressions
100.
that people have in darts and darts terminology. I think the one that's probably got the most different terms has got to be the 26. It's called so many different things.
85.
So bed and breakfast has got to be the most used one. Remember that?
140.
Someone calling 100 a letter from the Queen, which I didn't quite get because it's a lot longer than saying 100 or a ton.
140. Moreno, you require 161.
When you nickname something and it's 5 times longer than the original, doesn't quite work
55.
out.
$140. Moreno, you require 106.
Do we have any slang for a 106?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Maybe we call it
Moreno
the Michaels now.
Or the McKells. Or the
Fifth
Morenos.
leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, the bed and breakfast term for the 26 comes from
85.
the typical price of a B&B in times gone by. 2 and 6, 2 shillings and 6pence.
60.
I haven't got Glenn Durant alongside me to explain that. Hit the trebles of each number as well. You get the champagne breakfast, don't you?
60.
Most people probably thinking 26 for bed and breakfast, where you're thinking, I'm not paying that.
100. $59. $59.
Well, we might as well open up our social media platforms and you tell us your favourite sort of
100.
darting terms at MSS Darts. Are there any that are used just by you and your mates down your local? Any mainstream ones that you want to know where it came from? We'll try and come up with the answers for you.
82. Moreno requiring
This could get
157.
really fun, really quick. Looking forward to seeing what comes in.
99. Scott, you
We'll
require
make our own
150.
Modus Super Series dictionary. How about that?
I think Henry Deacon's already put about 70 things in that.
Game
Yep.
shot on the fifth leg.
Fantastic finish
Scott
there
Walters.
by Scott Walters.
Sixth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Well, Moreno hit Scott with the 106 and he's hit back with the 115.
85.
This game's starting to warm up nicely now. Just like Scott Walters beginning to really warm to the task.
54. 43.
He's going to be heading over to Romania in the very near future to try and get some more ranking points. He does want to play at Lakeside. He's provisionally actually seeded for
140.
Lakeside. Currently 15th on the Order of Merit for next year's World Championship on the WDF circuit.
I'm just looking at an online glossary of
95.
darts, and apparently that 26 term Murphy is also a recognised term for that. I weren't aware of that myself. It's based on Murphy's Law.
139.
Are you familiar with Murphy's Law, Matthew?
I'm not. No, I might need explaining.
Basically, anything that can go wrong will go wrong.
98.
I think that's how I would describe Scott Walters yesterday, or certainly how he felt about it. He would have called it a Murphy.
$44.
Of all things to be referred to as your name. I bet you're really glad about that one, aren't you?
Yeah. But so apt.
85. Scott, you require 124.
Will this go right for Scott Walters? No, it's gone wrong.
$27. Moreno, you require 95.
Done a Murphy.
Well, he might be punished.
57.
Well, he gets away with it,
Scott,
but he
you
has to
require
now rescue
97.
the situation here. 97. So treble 19. Could go double 19. That was the intention to leave tops, but he's found himself in the wrong bed. There's another one.
37. Moreno, you require 38. Game shot on the sixth leg.
I've got a feeling
Moreno
that
Michaels.
Moreno Michaels found himself in the wrong bed then, but then ended up in the right one. I think he was probably going for
Seventh
a 6.
and final leg. It's Scott to throw first.
Rather than
Game
the 10
on.
to leave double 14, but it's all square, and one leg will determine the outcome of this match. And remember, a significant match it is as well, because it will see
131.
one of this pair pull within 2 points of top of the table, Christian Deur. And if it's Scott Walters, he plays him next.
Yeah, it's that point where the
50.
table really takes shape. 8 laps of fixtures will be completed after Stephen Plumstead takes on Lisa Ashton in our next fixture, which puts us beyond
60.
the halfway point, and it's the point where you do have to really start putting some focus on that table, because it is taking shape in regards to who's got what to play
60.
for. You do feel whoever doesn't come out on top of that next game, Plumstead and Ashton, is probably getting ready for a Group C campaign.
32.
One of these could be getting ready for a couple of days off. A few days down the beach.
100.
Sure, that's how they'll be spending it in January.
There's some arcades down there and a nice little ice cream shop.
81.
Had to There's a windscreen on the car
125.
this morning. Esco club card came in handy for once. But that's a red hot
121.
shot from Scott Walters to put himself on the brink of victory.
98. Scott, you
Moreno's
require
waiting, ready to
76.
pounce. Big moments in the context of this group.
And that is the moment
and the match.
that Scott Walters grabbed the game. A 4-3 success for the Winchester man, who now puts himself right on the shoulder of the league leader, Christian Deur, and in doing so prevents Moreno Michaels from getting himself into P2. A 4-3 success for Walters in the end. Both players taking out three-figure finishes in that one. Both players playing decent darts at times, but just a little inconsistent. A match that went the distance, but the 2 points go the way of Walters, and he will take on Christian Deur in just a couple of games' time. That's going to be big. Before it, it's a battle in the basement between Stephen Plumstead and Lisa Ashton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Stephen Plumstead and Lisa Ashton return next, both stuck on 4 points in the table. There were some encouraging signs for Lisa last time out, had some joy when starting on 19s. Can she build on that to make it back-to-back wins over Plumstead? She actually led 3-0 when the two met yesterday, but had to withstand a fight back from her opponent and eventually came through a decider. Both of these players looking for their first win of the day. Matt, Murph, which of the two is going to get it?
Thank you, Abby. And I think the big question here is not just about who's going to get the win, but what type of Lisa Ashton do we see?
85.
We've seen her playing a lot on the 19s in the last fixture, and she's going to be starting down there again. She had a lot of success down here, so if it was something she was looking at trialing and testing in her last fixture, I think getting the success of the treble 19 on a regular basis
135.
probably has set her up for the rest of the day, that this is probably going to be how she's going to play.
41.
Yep, she's got her plan and she's going to stick to it.
60.
Does leave a few more awkward breakdowns, though, so she does end up having to move back around the board at times, going up and down. But
45.
the very first thing I said at the start of the day was I felt that she may struggle with height today in terms of reaching the board or reaching the treble 20 on a regular basis. We may start upstairs here just because of the number breakdown. No, she's got the plan. She's not
83.
deviating from it. And plan B is just do plan A better.
85. 97. Stephen, you require 95.
Has to come back for the bullseye.
70.
See there from
Lisa,
that
you
angle that
require
it was
112.
a possible out. 112. Could have gone anywhere. Decided to go for the treble 20. Neither dart is in.
47. Stephen, you require 25. Game shot on the first leg.
And Plumstead
Stephen
gets
Plumstead.
the first leg of the ledger. Yeah, going to your breakdowns.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game
starting
on.
on 19. If she's really good, let's say she's perfect, then she has to switch, doesn't she, at some point? Who was the player that
133.
who was a player in Southampton, I'm sure, that actually went 171, 171 and left himself 159.
43.
Couldn't do the 9-darter despite 6 perfect darts.
Was it Leonard Gates?
No, I can't. I'm trying to rack my
97.
brains.
Might take a while.
No, there's lots of them.
180.
Well, his maximum is the 180. Hers would be the 171, but it's not going to happen.
59. 39. 57.
Well, she's left something that she can actually start here on the treble 19th fall, so wouldn't have to switch unless successful.
140.
A beautiful
Lisa
visit
require
there from Stephen
155.
Plumstead to leave the ice cream. Decides to start at the top here, Lisa Ashton.
58. Stephen, you require 99.
Definitely concerns, therefore, are blowing on the hand.
43.
A bit of a
Lisa
ghost
require
throw at the back of the
97.
stage. Just trying to do whatever she can to get some feeling into that arm. You can see the
39.
competitor in her
Stephen, you
coming
require
out all the time.
56.
The disappointment when the body's not doing what the brain wants it to.
36.
Something that most
Lisa,
people
you require 58.
feel at some point in their life, whether it's out on the Sunday League football pitch
Game
or
shot on the
up
second
there on the
leg.
board. But
Lisa Ashton.
no problems there for Lisa hitting the top of the shot. Levels up the game, and
Third
that's a
leg, it's
warning
Stephen
sign
to
there
throw
to
first. Game on.
Stephen Plumstead, who gives a little raise of the eyebrows. Probably didn't expect that, but you're up there. It's the
100.
four-time world champion. She will fight you to the very, very end.
57.
Now, we saw this kind of fight in her previous match against Christian Deur.
60. 79.
She's actually getting the lead in that game. But it just faded
100.
away.
58.
Showing she's very aware of the numbers there as well,
60.
because if she had stayed on the 19s, it would have made it very hard to leave a finish. That's where it gets
95.
tricky. When you find the height and you find the range when you go upstairs, you then double guess yourself. Do I stay here or do I stick to plan A?
40.
Because a maximum here would leave her on a double.
Almost
44.
like saving
Stephen,
those
you
trips
require
to treble 20 for when she needs
141.
them, but that's a huge slip. That's actually, never mind leaving a double, she hasn't left a finish.
Key story for me there. All three darts low.
50.
That was my concern at the start of the day, and that's where you want to see it. You want to see it just pitched a little high, and you can see she's thinking the same with that
44.
low
Stephen, you
dart
require
again.
91.
Very aware of what the problem is.
Bullseye.
66. Lisa, you require
Lisa
124.
will hope to get a go at the same target. She'll need treble 18 to do that. She can't get it.
56.
25
Stephen, you
for
require
Plumstead to get back
25.
ahead.
Game shot on the third leg. Stephen Plumstead.
Plumstead
Fourth
picked
leg,
up
it's Lisa to throw first.
2
Game
victories
on.
yesterday. Fixture number 1 and fixture number 4.
58.
Lisa Ashton also registering 2 victories. They came in games 2 and 3.
60.
Did feel at the start of the day the best time for Lisa is going to be this fixture, fixture 3, and then fixture 4.
95.
But she's sort of playing into the hands of the problem.
83.
Love to know the success rate on that treble 19, though. She's finding it with good regularity on most
57.
visits to the board, finding at least one of the greens.
81.
As a player, it can be quite distracting as well when you see someone opting for this tactic. I know what your
47.
opponent's doing shouldn't really make any difference to you, but it does, and it makes you a bit more aware, a bit more alert, a bit more what's going on.
57.
There's always one in any pub team, isn't there, that'll play on the 19s and invariably hit it.
And no one likes to play him.
140.
104 on offer here for Ashton. She's got choices here. Could go
100.
just about anywhere.
Lisa, you require 104.
That's nice. Very nice for double 16.
72. Stephen, you require 120.
Fantastic effort there from Lisa Ashton. It might be the only one she's going to get. Plumstead, one thing he's been good at is his
100.
finishes.
Lisa, you require 32.
Not on that occasion. 4 times he's took out a Tumblers checkout so far. Wasn't able to make it the 5. She doesn't like the way that's lied, but we saw this yesterday when she went right the way across. Was able to find up to 12s.
20. Stephen, you require 20.
The disappointment is starting to be shown.
Yeah, a bit of luck really for Stephen Plumstead to try and capitalise on here. And he's done it
on the fourth leg.
to
Stephen
break
Plumstead.
the Ashton throw and maybe the Ashton resolve as well. 3-1 lead. And he has
Fifth
the
leg,
darts
it's Stephen to throw
to get his first
Game
win
on.
of the day. Lisa Ashton actually won this fixture yesterday, one of 2 victories
27.
on Monday for her. The other came against Moreno Michaels, who was also beaten by
57.
Plumstead yesterday. He would just keep himself clinging to the coattails of the players towards the top of the table.
21.
Still in 5th spot, but on 6 points, just 2 behind the free-falling JT Davis. And Moreno Michaels has been consistently inconsistent.
58. 81. 133. 65. 41.
12 darts thrown for Plumstead in this leg. He's not even registered 200 points as of yet. It's for reasons like that, losing the line
55.
on the dart. You're in a lot of 5 and 1s here, just needs to stay straight.
58.
And if he gets down to a double, that's his key strength. That should settle you down in the
60.
scoring
Least you
phase, knowing you've got
require
that secret weapon in the
154.
back pocket.
Treble 18. Disappointed with the
84.
direction of that dart, but she's still very much in this leg and in this match.
Again, I feel the disappointment is because the dart went low.
65. Lisa, you require 70. Game shot on the 5th
No
leg.
issue going low on
Lisa
the top of the
Ashton.
board, though. That's twice now Lisa Ashton's managed to ping tops with one dart.
6th leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
That was a breaker throw there as well for Lisa, so she's getting herself back into this game. Lisa's got plenty of time to go yet.
140.
Well, suddenly maybe something just turned because she had a successful dart at tops there and she decided to kick off this leg on the treble 20s, hitting 2 of them.
92.
Well, that's a bit of a deflection, isn't it? Avoided the 5, scored himself 12.
100. 100.
This is where it gets a bit easier for Stephen Plumstead as well, when you get into a more organic game, when your opponent's hitting things and it's a little bit more regulation, you can just
60.
get embroiled in the battle.
55.
He told me yesterday before a dart was thrown, the aim for himself was a Group B place.
100.
If he wants to get in a Group B place, you feel that this one, what a vital fixture
60.
for him. Only 4
Lisa
points on the
require
board at the
101.
moment, with this being his 8th fixture of the group.
69.
Mr. Ashton is quickly turning this around.
74. Lisa, you require 32.
Double 16 to force a decider.
Game shot
she
on the
gets
6th
one.
leg. Lisa Ashton.
It's a combination of Lisa Ashton just finding something and Stephen Plumstead really falling off a
7th
cliff
final leg.
in
It's
terms of
Stephen
his
to throw
standard in this
first.
match.
Game on.
Moving around a lot quicker around the hockey as well, Lee. So it's like she's getting a
100.
second wind here.
$100.
He has, and you mentioned it earlier, Matt, struggled with the temperature. It's obviously affecting that injury as well.
41.
Doing everything she can to sort of address it. Red hot darts will help.
180.
Get blown into her hands at times, rubbing her hands. We think she might even have a hand warmer in her pocket as well.
60. 100.
Plumstead in big trouble here.
140. Lisa, you require
This has been really good stuff from Lisa
121.
Ashton. 2 tons with the 180 in between. And if Stephen Plumstead is going to turn this around. Can you believe we're even saying Stephen Plumstead is going to turn this around? He's going to have to pull out an enormous outshot. It's not going to happen. Lisa Ashton,
60.
76
Lisa
for the match.
requires 76.
And tops.
56.
Well, she had a chance.
Stephen,
Does she get
require
another?
100.
Might be tops with that lie. He's somehow found the treble.
80.
He's had a match start.
Lisa, you require
missed at
20.
double 10. The same target that Lisa Ashton is now eyeing up. Double 5.
Game,
And Lisa
shots,
Ashton turns
and
it
the match.
around.
Lisa Ashton.
What a comeback that was. From 3-1 behind, Ashton struggling. Couldn't seem to settle, couldn't seem to find anything. But then suddenly changed her plan and changed her fortunes. A fantastic fight-back victory for the Lancashire Rose to put herself onto 6 points and to leave Stephen Plumstead rooted to the bottom of the table. Coming next, it's the two at the top about to do their tungsten tango as Scott Walters takes on Christian Deur.
Hello and welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we have just seen Lisa Ashton come from 3-1 down to get the better of Stephen Plumstead. Matt Edgar alongside me. What a superb comeback, and one I don't think many of us saw coming.
I certainly didn't see that coming. The way that she was playing, the way that she was sort of adopting to the issues, everything I feared at the start of the show and everything I sort of highlighted that could be a problem, we've seen it. Everything in terms of the darts dropping low, the frustration. But I said about maybe fixture 3 or 4 might be where we see the best of her. We saw her potentially go into our pocket, pull out some form of hand warmer, which I think may just be a bit of a key. I don't see she had it in the first couple of games. Maybe there's someone in the back room that's got some and dish them out. I might regret dishing them out unless they've already played her.
Yeah, let's have a look then at the results we've already seen today. And that was a third straight defeat for Stephen Plumstead today. For him now, would you say that's him condemned to a Group C campaign?
Yeah, I'll be disappointed with that as well. He came here with the hope to try and get into a Group B place, but he's not really performed today. One of the things I really highlighted at the start of the show was when you come here on a day 2, after day 1, when you come in, it's all new, it's all fun and exciting. Day 2, it's a bit more normalised. I can only relate this to when I've played at events such as the Alexandra Palace. And when you play at the World Championship, you go in round 1, it's all exciting and fun. You come back from round 2 and it's like, now we get down to business. And he's turned up with, probably today with that sort of attitude, trying to replicate. It's just not happened for him yet so far today.
Scott Walters and Christian Deur have won all 3 of their matches so far today. We said before a dart had been thrown on day 2 that we were waiting for someone to take this group by the scruff of the neck. Despite winning all 3 of their matches, it doesn't really feel like either of them have done that.
I don't think we've got a favourite still yet. You know, we look forward and we go, right, who's going to go and do this? Yes, we've spoke about Scott Walters and said, I believe he could be the one to do so, but Christian Deur's picking up his results. Now, the concerning thing was the doubles. 48 darts at a double in fixture number 1 and 2, but he fixed that in match number 3, going out in 80% 4 from 5. So maybe Christian Deur... Maybe, who knows? We certainly don't. But Scott Walters has also won all of his matches today. A difference in his demeanour as well. Yeah, he's really picked up from the start of the day. He was playing with a lot more sort of assurance in himself. The shoulders were back, the chest was out. But as the day's gone on and those mistakes have started to happen, they weigh heavy on him. He literally does wear every single blow that he receives. And that's something he's got to try and get out of his game if he's got this goal that he does have to get out there on these tours and qualify for Lakeside. He's currently provisionally a seed for that event. But those players that are in this, I guarantee will be watching this product. And when they're doing that, they'll see weakness in Scott Walters, and he can't be giving him that advantage. And JT Davis, on debut, won 4 of his 5 matches yesterday, but I think it's fair to say he'll have learnt a lot more about himself today than he did yesterday. Well, we certainly have as well, haven't we? We said we've not yet to see him like under real duress. He was getting all the moments yesterday. There was presented with opportunities and he took them, but today he's playing against people that are just playing a little bit better. He's had opportunities, he's been unable to take them today, and it's going to be really interesting to see how his week develops. I think we're learning just as much about JT Davies while he's learning about himself as well. This is all new to him. He's only really played darts for a year on the CDC tour, so he's on the fast track. This was a 5-year plan for him, and he's here after just a year, so great opportunity for him to get lots of footage that he can go back and watch back, listen to what people are saying, try and see what he's doing within his game. Is there anything he can learn and take from this? This isn't the destination for him. This is just part of the journey. Before we get back into the action then, let's take a little look at the league standings with 9 games played so far today. And you can see that switch in the table. KDB is now top on 12 points. Scott Walters just 2 points behind him. And JT Davis has dropped down into 3rd spot. For Stephen Plumstead, now that he's rooted to the bottom of the table, what advice would you be giving him? Would it be to just take enjoyment from his remaining games today and then get himself ready for maybe a Group C campaign? The thing for Stephen Plumstead, he's worked so hard to get here. He's been travelling over here. He's been getting back home at 2:30 in the morning, getting up for work at 4:30. Yeah. He did that to be here. Don't let that table start to ruin the destination that he's got. Everything was about being here. Now, he doesn't even know what he does next. He hasn't got a plan for after this. It was all about being at the Super Series. So don't let that short term ruin the week that he's going to have. Yeah, and there have already been positives from his game. His finishing, in particular, at times during this campaign, has been sublime. But let's get back into the action now and hand back to Chris Murphy.
Thank you very much. And speaking of sublime, well, that will be how the winner of this one will feel at the end of the contest. Because it is a battle between the players occupying 1st and 2nd spots in that Group A table we just saw. Christian Deur, the leader, on 12 points. Scott Walters in 2nd on 10. If Deur can get the win here, then he does, I think, for the first time, really become the favourite to win this group.
First leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
If Walters wins it, and he's level, and I would probably have to say that he'd be the favourite to go on and take the group, despite maybe not showing his brilliant best yet. You'd
81.
think all of them from a standing start that Walters would be the most likely to prevail.
I feel like we've just walked into those
81.
movies where they line up all the baddies and you've got to identify who it was, and there's like 5 people in a lineup and they go, it was him. I feel like that's
45.
just happened here, where we've gone, right, who's the favourite? And you've stood and gone, it's him. Or it could be him. It could be him. Could be him. Just sort of
81.
stood pointing the finger in everyone's direction at the moment. I do feel that that is going to be the vibe going all the way to the finishing line
45.
here.
Yeah, Deur would have a good case to be a strong favourite if he wins the match. Bearing in mind that 4-point gap he would create, and nobody could close that
140.
in this round of fixtures. Walter's the man closest to him. So a real Super Series 4-pointer.
100.
One of our darts terminologies here, just for the Super Series. Don't forget, we've asked you to tweet in your favourite darting terminology at MSS Darts on X. And
127.
a few of you have been, although I'm going to call you out. Social media, I think I've been a little bit underwhelmed by the responses.
49. Christian requires
Thought there'd be a few
72.
more creative ones. Deur creates a finishing
32.
opportunity, but he can't land tops.
$140. Christian required 40. Game shot on the first leg.
He does take double
Christian
10.
de Boer.
And he takes the first leg, and not only that, he takes it against the throat.
Second leg, it's Christian to throw first. Game on.
Remember, I played a lot of darts actually around the Birmingham area, and they had a couple of strange
43.
phrases they would use. If you had a good visit, they'd say you're cooking on gas.
85.
And the other one is, now he's sucking diesel.
I've
58.
heard them in Yorkshire as well.
$180.
And I used to play darts in the pub. The one that gets shouted at me by my teammates most often was, "You're better than this," and I'd be thinking, "No, I'm not.
100.
I'm really not." Can't get better than that from Scott Walters. A 180, followed by
100.
a ton to get himself down to a nice finish after 9. A good response to being broken in the first leg.
The ones I would like are like the really obvious ones where you go for a
78.
finish and go,
Scott, you
take it
require
out.
136.
Well, yes.
Oh dear, what's going on here? What darting terminology did he just mutter over the shoulder of Scott? And a right glance, didn't he, at Christian? Well,
60.
is it heating up on that stage? He's having another look.
$140. Scott, you require
Well,
76.
this is interesting, a contrast in personalities here. I actually think Christian de Boer might quite enjoy this. Scott Walters will enjoy it if he hits
Game
it.
shot on the second
He
leg.
has hit it.
Scott Walters. Third leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Seems to give him a bit of fuel there, Scott Walters. Whatever it was, whatever happened.
40.
It's not for us to make any accusations, but Matt, what do you think happened?
60.
If I had to hazard a guess, one thing I just saw there was Christian de Boer squaring off his flights. Now, what can tend to happen with that is when you're squaring off the flights, the barrels on
59.
the other side can sometimes just clip together. Now, with this room being extremely quiet, maybe Scott was just hearing the barrels clip together as Christian Deur was
60.
squaring off his flights. Back in the day, you used to get people that used to actually rattle and roll the darts in their hands, but not nowadays. You don't tend to get too much in terms of
125.
gamesmanship. I don't think that's what Christian Deur's doing at all. I think it was completely accidental just while he was squaring off those flights.
85.
Go. Seem to rattle Scott Walters.
57.
A couple of glances towards his opponent there, but I think the fact that he won the leg has maybe made him forget about it for now.
We did say he's quite
100.
a fidgety person, didn't we, Christian Deur? And with that, sometimes you just need something to keep your focus.
140.
See how he alternates the darts in his hand as he comes to the board. It's like, no, I don't want to throw that one first. I'll have this one instead.
134. Scott, you require 80.
He was going tops with 3 in hand.
40.
Doesn't find tops with the one he needed.
Christian,
so
you require
Deur will have the
62.
chance here. 62. That's okay. 56. 40.
Game
And he
shot
does
the
land
third
tops.
lay. Christian Deur.
Sort of half celebration there. He sort of did it and then thought, oh no, Scott might be watching. I'll stop.
Fourth leg, it's Christian to throw first. Game on.
Once again, the expressions, the emotions evident
59.
from Scott Walters. Doesn't really leave you guessing as to what he might be thinking.
140. 134. 140.
Back-to-back 140s for Scott Walters. Trying to get that advantage of throw straight back from Christian Deur.
121.
Actually warming into quite a tie, this one. In terms of the table, it became a sort of top of the table main
60.
event clash, and it's now starting to produce those levels.
93. Scott, you require 161.
Oh, he's in a good position. Make it 3-1.
130. Christian, you require 94.
That's okay from Walters. No difference really between hitting the bull and the 25 there. But there'll be a big difference if Deur can bed the bull.
69.
Just the wrong
Scott, you
side of
require
the ring.
31.
Double 8. Cross to the 4s.
23.
And now
Christian, you require 25.
Deur has an opportunity to give himself a bit of breathing room in this fixture.
Right on the wire for Walters as well, wasn't it? But it's
Game
in the
shot, the
bed,
fourth
on the
leg.
money.
Christian Deur.
And he could be in the money come the end of the week. He's shuffling closer to Saturday.
Fifth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
Got Walters just boiling away under the surface after that early exchange. Haven't seen a repeat of that in fairness, but the
59.
frustrations now will come from the fact that he finds himself 3-1 behind in a match that determines how difficult it's going to be to climb to top spot himself. If he wins
86.
this game, wins 3 legs here, it makes it so much easier, puts himself level on points with the league leader. But he'll give himself a disadvantage of 4
60.
points if he loses 1 more. The good news for Walters, he has the darts in 2 of the last 3.
60. 58. 85.
Deur is the player most likely to give us one of the bigger standout performances. We've not had many averages over the 90 so far this week, but two of them
60.
have come from Deur, including a 101.90. Hit that in fixture number 4 yesterday.
60. 140.
Walters making his move, trying to hold on to the throw. He's going to have to find a big leg to get a break off Christian Deur.
44. Scott, you require 124.
Got to get over the line in this one first.
56.
Leaves himself work to do. Bit of hope or encouragement here for Christian Deur, who has really improved on his finishing. It was a big highlight in terms of the mistakes he was making earlier
41.
on.
Scott, you require
48
68.
darts to wrap up the first couple of games.
We'll still get a dart at double. And that double is double top.
48.
But now a chance.
Christian, you require
Seal the deal here.
125.
Bullseye 25, bullseye. Or is it a treble 15? And now it's the ball and it's clear.
100. Scott, you require 20.
Scott Walters expected that. You could see him
Game
shoulders
shot on the
slumped,
fifth leg.
shaking his head
Scott
at the back of the
Walters.
stage, thinking, here we go again. He's a man who
Sixth leg,
thought
it's
he didn't
Christian
have
to
too
throw
much luck
first.
at Cube
Game
School.
on.
Certainly that within the draw. Said he was losing, playing decent darts, looking around at people throwing 60s and 50 averages against each other, thinking, why can't I have one of them?
59.
He's had the door open for him here, though. He needs a big leg
134.
to break Christian Deur, and Deur opening with a trebleless visit. Walters jumping in.
Tell you what the average revolution did do, the
140.
fact that we can see everything now. We've spoken about the negatives of that earlier, but it did stop all the sort of inflated, exaggerated
96.
stories from darts players in rooms, didn't it? Where apparently their opponent hit 4-10 darters against them and they're on a double in every leg. And
96.
I can tell you there's a couple of players that still did tell you those stories, and you'd pull up Darts Connect and be like, hey, you averaged 81.
180.
the story of this one is that 180 has put Scott Walters on 91. And this is the break that he needed. He's actually shown a lot of maturity
56.
here, a lot
Scott,
of
you require
composure.
91.
And
Game
by
shot
any
on the
measure,
sixth
that is a
leg.
world-class
Scott
leg of darts.
Walters.
Said we
Seventh
needed a big
final
leg
leg, it's
here from
Scott to
Scott
throw
Walters. He
first.
finds
Game
it, an
on.
11 dart leg. Look at him go. You can see the determination written all across his face.
131.
He's finding his best darts of the week when he needs it the most.
No let up from Walters. There is a response from
140.
Deur, however. Gripping end to this game. Remember, this leg will determine whether or not this pair will be level or whether Christian
36.
Deur will be 4 points clear at the top of the table. This is huge, and only 36 there by Walters.
134.
Well, we've been talking highly about the performance here of Scott Walters, but Christian Deur
96.
in a last leg shootout against the throw has hit 4 big trebles in his first 6 darts.
96.
First to a finish.
Needs a treble,
100.
gets a treble.
Christian, you require 131.
First go goes to Christian. Not going to happen.
43.
The worst time
Scott,
for
you
Christian, but
require
the best time there for
138.
Scott Walters to see a big mistake from Deur. If you can't find a treble with the opening dart, it might just be
43.
dart at the ball, but a
Christian,
slip
you
from
require
Walters.
88.
Boiling over.
Pure tension. Double 14's his
Game,
favourite.
shot,
And
the
Christian
match,
Deur
Christian
continues
Deur.
to find ways to win. Scott Walters looked like he'd turned that around when he bounced back, roaring an 11-dart break of throw. But Deur just proves to be a nuisance once again. A decent game of darts for a top-of-the-table tussle, that's for sure. Scott Walters exited the stage rapidly there. He had the chance, he forced the decider, but towards the end of that last leg, he just started to capitulate a little, and it's a 4-3 win for Christian Deur. That means he is now 4 points clear at the peak of the Group A pile. Coming next, JT Davis, who has been in free fall, takes on the winless today, Stephen Plumstead.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Christian Deur has just extended his lead at the top of the Group A table. JT Davis and Stephen Plumstead are back in action next, and one thing we do know is that one of these two will register their first win of the day. As for who that'll be, it's pretty hard to say. The American has lost out in 2 last-leg deciders today and dropped to 3rd in the table, so throughout the remainder of this Group A campaign, we'll certainly learn a lot about his resilience and mental strength. For Plumstead, he needs to put the disappointment of his last match behind him, and quickly. He led Lisa Ashton 3-1, but ended up losing out in a decider. To see who picks up the points in this one, then, let's get back to Chris and Matt.
81.
Yeah, thank you, Abby. It is I think it's a big match for the pair of them, actually. Stephen Plumstead, I mean, you spoke to Abby yourself, Matt, in the build-up to the last match and said he needs to played 3, lost 3.
60.
So despite the fact that Davis was top of the table overnight, he's trying to arrest a real slide here. And it is a match that is maybe an opportunity for both players to just switch their mentalities around.
Yeah, 100%. Obviously, in the heat of the battle, even a win here probably won't make either of them feel too
59.
positive. But it's in the reflection period that you sort of get those positivities.
81.
For Steve Plumstead, he's worked so hard to get here. He's committed some serious time and hours just to be here at the Super Series. So can't let that sort of short-term form
60.
really affect what you wanted to do, which is play on that stage. Even to be here, he's getting up at 5:30 a.m.
46.
Maybe with that, we'll see that he might actually benefit from later on in the week when the groups start a little bit later in the day. 1 o'clock for Group C.
123.
Group B is an
Stephen, you require
evening fixture.
154.
Maybe that little bit of extra time to be able to prepare.
84. JT, you require
Can't imagine it's
118.
too nice getting up at 5:30 and coming across here with a frozen vehicle.
Game shot on the first leg.
What
JT
a
Davis.
start that is for JT Davis. Not letting any of the
Second leg, it's
negativity
Stephen
of
to throw
the
first.
previous
Game on.
results creep in. Kicking off with a lovely 118 finish.
45.
Yeah, really, really nice start for JT. Looking a bit more like the JT of yesterday with that one.
57.
Still has Lisa Ashton's played his last match as well. The player second bottom in this table, though she just has enjoyed victory against Plumstead.
96.
So a couple of wins to end the day, and it all looks quite rosy again for Davis. The problem for everyone now is what happens in the last match for Christian Deur. I think everyone really,
81.
with serious hopes of winning this group, is going to need him to be beaten by Moreno Michaels in that one.
100.
He's in action next against Lisa Ashton.
Filling it up.
120.
I think he did fill it up as well there.
$90.
One on the floor. Just helps Plumstead get off the hook a little bit.
Doesn't leave too many options. Got to be a big treble.
88.
Oh, beautiful
Stephen, you
switch
require
there from JT
170.
Davies.
$40.
The door has
JT
been left
require
ajar.
155. $121. Stephen, you require 130.
Should get a dart. Gonna be at double five.
Game shot on the second leg. Stephen
Well,
Plumstead.
the doubles have been the strength for Stephen Plumstead. And certainly here, two
Third
big
leg, it's
finishes
JT
now.
to throw
130
first.
from Plumstead and
Game on.
118 for JT Davies.
Despite the margin that Christian Deur's
60.
opened up in this group, it is still quite a closely contested group. If you look back, since game 2 today, every match has been at least 4-2, and 5 of them have been 4-3,
60.
including the last 4. The only one-sided affair really was Scott Walter's win against Lisa Ashton in the very first game this morning, 4-0.
140.
Some of this also may come down to how much time the players get to play at this level 4. For Stephen Plumstead, he was
58.
saying that over on the island, there's not too much darts, and he always has to try and travel to find some good competition. Obviously, Keegan Brown, also on the island, but
59.
away quite regularly with his PDC duties, and Stephen obviously still going to work during the weeks.
41.
Keegan Brown himself doesn't stay too much on the island. He comes over to the UK to go to Essex for his Super League and his county fixtures.
140.
But JT Davies in America at the moment, that is a real developing country in terms of the darts. The CDC doing some amazing work
92.
over there. And
JT required
we'll see
102.
when we get the World Series over there in the summer.
Can still do this. Didn't have to
38.
end on the bullseye. Plumstead so far back in this leg.
$101. JT requires 64.
Leaves the double.
32. Stephen, you require 149.
Look at what I'm seeing there from Stephen Plumstead. You can see him fighting back the smile. You may not be able to fight it back if you can hit this.
137.
Beautifully.
JT required
He's
32.
there, ready to strike.
2-1. Long way off. Looking to rectify.
24. Stephen, you require
Now,
12.
Looking away. As Stephen Plumstead takes aim at double six.
No score.
Couldn't make the adjustment
JT
after a bad
require
first start.
8.
His key strength has let him down at a key moment.
Game shot on
He
the third
won't
leg.
get another go. He'd have been
Davis.
hoping, he'd have been expecting after hearing the first two darts go in and not hear the call from Charlie Corstefine.
Fourth leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game
It
on.
always hurts so much more when you start building up that hope, when you think you're going to get the opportunity.
85.
Performance of the day, though, so far from Stephen Plumstead. Reacting well to that 4-3 defeat to Lisa Ashton when he was 3-1 up and cruising to victory.
180.
Or Ashton hit back hard. But it's now statistically the best performance from both.
100.
Well, that 180 may help him cruise to victory here. Saw him throw 5 perfect darts earlier today. Can't match it on this occasion.
97. $85.
That's the players' spare equipment. JT Davis actually didn't have any yesterday in any of his matches. Just saw him walk up with 3 darts. Didn't put a
100.
darts case or anything on the table, but today he has decided that he's going to bring supplies.
120. JT required
Seen all
124.
sorts here at the Super Series. People go up there practically with a suitcase full of spares. But Kevin Dowling went up with a sandwich tub.
92.
Cheese and pickle, I'm
Stephen
told.
required 111.
Okay. Okay. Oh, not
68.
okay.
JT
Luke
required
Littler,
32.
of course, produced that flamboyant finish on this stage. A 111, bull 11
Aim
bull.
shot on the fourth leg.
Stephen Plumstead
JT
almost
Davis.
pulled it off. But Davis has a leg in the ledger.
Fifth leg, it's JT to throw first. Game on.
Don't know what darts he's got in that darts case, by the way. Unless they're curved.
60.
He just has to bend them to put them in the case. I can see now. You see the little loops on the top? That's where the darts will go. Yeah, quite unusual.
95.
Maybe he puts the darts on the top and then he puts his butty in underneath. So he's got his lunchbox and his darts all in one.
Yeah.
And if he hasn't, then pretty soon I think we're going to get the Matt Edgar darts and
60.
butty cases coming
So
out.
Kevin Dowling and JT Davis would have, what, cheese and pickle and peanut butter and jelly, I suppose?
100. 97.
I mean, I'm restraining myself from opening the social media mentions to what's your favourite sandwich, but we might get there at some point this week.
42.
Oh, that's tasty filling, isn't it?
180.
From JT Davis, who's now closing in on his first win of the day.
100. JT required 104.
Helps to stay on the 20s. Does make a lot of sense as the players spend the majority of the time playing on that target throughout the fixture.
61. Stephen, you require 164.
It's a big ask here from Stephen Plumstead. He's not up to the task on this
92.
occasion, so match opportunity for JT Davis to get his Group A back on track.
$11. Stephen, you require
One more
72.
chance for Plumstead to stay alive in this encounter. 36 for 36.
Game shot on the
Nicely
fifth
done.
leg. Stephen Plumstead.
And the game goes on.
Sixth leg, it's Stephen to throw first. Game on. $45.
You know, we've had the whole Moreno-Michaels, Moreno-Michels debate. I think we've got another debate here, but it's caused by the player again. So we can see
57.
from your graphic that he has registered himself as Stephen Plumstead, but he advertises himself on his shirt as Steve Plumstead.
82.
Use any of those shirts, printers. It's so much per letter, isn't it?
81.
Maybe you wanted to be Stevie.
60.
Maybe that's why we just get JT for Davis.
83. $140.
Well, Stephen Plumstead is threatening to do to JT Davis what Lisa Ashton just did to him. He was 3-1 up against Lisa Ashton and she turned it around and won the match.
94. JT
3-1 down here and he's now just set
140.
himself up if JT gives him the chance.
If he gives him the chance. He just about does.
100.
Plumstead
Stephen, you require 80.
Must be perfect. Another. And tops are out of the way.
60.
So's that, unfortunately,
JT
for him.
required 40.
So Davis to pick up victory number 1 on Tuesday. It's been a terrible
Game,
Tuesday
shots,
for the pair
and the
of them.
match.
But
JT
finally, one of them has a
Davis.
win, and it's JT Davis, who only had 1 defeat yesterday. But in his 4th game today, he gets his first win. A 4-2 success over Stephen Plumstead, who remains rooted to the bottom of the table. No victory for him so far today. He'll have 1 more go at it against Scott Walters in a couple of games' time. A nice 130 checkout in there for him. But JT Davis, aided by the 118, picks up the points in that one coming up. After the break, though, it's Lisa Ashton taking on Moreno-Michaels.
Well, Moreno Michels has been consistently inconsistent today, hasn't he? Moments of quality, but struggling to put together a complete performance. Despite that, a win here over the Lancashire Rose would see him move level on points with second-placed Scott Walters. As for Ashton, she'll be feeling significantly better about her day after coming from 3-1 down to get the better of Plumstead last time out. Can she build on that in her penultimate match of the day? Let's find out with Chris Murphy and Matt Edgar.
It was a mighty fine performance and turnaround that from Lisa Ashton, and the question
First
still
leg, it's
poses
Moreno to throw first. Game on.
in regards to how she's going to approach this game. She was playing for a match and a half down on the treble 19, and then all of a sudden switched back to the treble 20s and found success, which
180.
Moreno Michels has kicked off this game perfectly. Maximum visits.
81.
Yes, aptly described as consistently inconsistent, but this has just been consistently brilliant at the start of this match. All of the
100.
darts in and around that treble 20.
Looks like she's definitely abandoned the
60.
treble 19 option at the moment, but again, 3 low darts. So with that in mind, how long do we see her persist on the 20s?
140.
Hands in the pocket again here for Lisa Ashton. There's definitely a hand warmer or a device or something
85.
in there to help her try and get a bit of
81.
feeling.
Well, what a feeling this will be.
Game
And it
shot
goes
the
in
first
12
leg.
darts.
Moreno
What a
Michels.
start from Moreno Michels.
Second leg, it's Lisa to throw first.
182
Game on.
open, 81 out. A dozen dart leg. And Lisa Ashton knows she's going to have to produce her best to live with this.
140.
But that's if it continues, because we've been saying he hasn't been continuing, has he, at high levels all day. This is a
97.
very, very promising beginning to this match.
$100. $58.
Moreno,
$180.
it's not going to like what we're seeing here. When you've just hit someone hard like he did in that opening leg, you want to see him wilt a little bit. Instead, she's hitting back hard.
Exactly the same.
96.
He was an
Lisa
81
required
after 9 in leg
81.
1. She's on an 81 after 9 in leg 2.
$49.
She's not out in a dozen darts, but it won't matter.
$58. Lisa, you require 32. $16.
Doesn't even matter that she's not out in 15.
$100. Lisa requires 16. Game shot on the second leg. Lisa Ashton.
16 for a 16 darter there for Lisa Ashton.
Third
See her
leg, it's
hands
Moreno to
once
throw
again in the
first.
pocket.
Game on.
Definitely a hand warmer.
45.
Yeah, interesting. The little things that go into the game
60.
of darts, you wouldn't think, would you? All these little bits of equipment that players utilise to try and aid maximum performance.
97.
Well, it was something I fully expected to see employed today when I stood there at the very start of the day with Abby Davies, and you could just feel the little chill in the air. It's
81.
very, very cold down here on the south coast. You could just feel that little bit of chill, and it was, as a player who's had very similar sort of issues to what
121.
Lisa Ashton's dealing with, it was evident she was going to struggle a little bit with the height. As the day's gone on, it's warmed up a little bit. She's got the hand warmer.
60.
Oh my!
That won't make her feel too happy. 2 on the floor.
56.
Large building, high ceiling, of course, an old church. It's been converted to the live lounge here in Portsmouth.
97.
It takes a lot of heating, doesn't it, a room like that? With no audience in there, no extra body heat.
96.
It's literally freezing outside. Walking down to the venue this morning, the car's all frozen over.
171.
Well, that's superb.
Moreno, you
With the blow
require
of having those 2
86.
darts bounce out of the treble 20. For Lisa Ashton to be in this position in this leg is to her credit.
Game
But
shot on the third leg. Moreno Michaels.
It's a cruel, cruel game. And Moreno Michaels beds the
Fourth leg, it's
bullseye to
Lisa
deny
throw
Ashton an
first.
opportunity
Game
that
on.
probably was deserved.
Puffs out the cheeks. He knew what that dart meant.
83.
And take away the performance here, what we've got with Moreno Michaels. And if we look at all the other averages we have seen so far today,
60.
what Lisa Ashton is throwing right now is the best of anybody so far today. Only bettered by that of
58.
Moreno Michaels.
A really decent standard being produced by the pair of them.
59.
We were speaking earlier about how Lisa Ashton manages her injury and this comeback, and we've had a few answers today actually. The hand warmer, the fact that she threw on the 19s. Just wonder if she's actually going to peak at the back end of the day. You said games 3 and 4, and you might be proved right because she won game 3 and she's
55.
playing her best in game 4.
I feel game 1 and 2 being so early, it's just going to take a bit of
100.
time, and game 5 might just be one too many. So if you have pulled her in games 3 and 4, like Stephen Plumstead, who did lose 4-3 to
85. Lisa
Ashton, and
require
Moreno
160.
Michaels is having to pull out his best here. Guess that's the look of the draw we
100.
was talking about when Scott Walters was playing.
58.
Well, 60 for
Lisa
parity.
requires 60.
On her own throw, she's been dominant.
Game
Having
shot on
darts
the
at double
fourth
when her
leg.
opponent's not
Lisa
even on a
Ashton.
finish, and she hits that one. Tie up the game at 2-2.
Fifth
Quick
leg, it's
warm of the
Moreno to
hand.
throw first. Game on.
Will she be pocketing the points come the end of the game?
96.
She did everything she could in that last leg when Moreno had the throw.
36.
The big 171 at the back end of the leg, but Moreno one dart hand at the ball. Moreno's experienced enough to know that that's all he needs to do.
140.
Sounds easy. Hold your throw.
$140. $105.
Okay, takes a 5 off to leave 160. Ashton needs a lot here.
I do prefer the
99.
18 route
Moreno
on that
require
shot. You definitely burn a
160.
dart when you go for the 1 and 25.
45.
Chance for Ashton here. This is the moment where she hit that big 171.
180. Moreno
On
require
the same moment, she strikes
150.
again. The second max of the match for her.
59.
get a chance.
Lisa require 46.
Just had to check that was in the 10, and then
11.
two
Moreno
disappointing
require
darts,
56.
which will offer a lot of encouragement here for Moreno.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Moreno Michaels.
Survives another mighty scare here. Moreno Michaels
It's
Sixth
just felt her
leg, it's
elbow
Lisa
after
to
those
throw
misses
first.
there, Lisa Ashton. A
Game
little
on.
scruffy. I don't think she actually realised she was throwing first either. She's throwing well.
100.
And this is what we spoke about earlier as well. Do you play safe at the start of the day? She's fully committing to these throws and putting everything she's got into them, playing on the 20s as well, rather than the 19s of earlier. And this is why I said I think 5 fixtures may be a bit too much. She's putting her all into this fixture. And this is
60.
an almighty performance here from Lisa Ashton, averaging near 90. One of the better performances we've seen of anybody so far this week.
83.
And nothing between them in the averages. Both players producing really good stuff. As you can see, Lisa Ashton hitting 2 of the matches, 3 180s. Also had that other big setup shot as well.
94.
The only reason that he's in front is that stat there, 3 out of 4 on the doubles compared.
58.
Just 2 from twice as many attempts for Lisa Ashton.
That is a beautiful dart again from Moreno to find a 140. This might have to go for Lisa.
Not going to go. You hark back to that leg as well, where she had 2 bounce out of the treble 20.
Moreno,
didn't get a go at a double.
44.
Moreno hit the bullseye for the 86. That was a real moment. Is this the match-winning moment?
12. Lisa
He
requires
is going
60.
to get a stay. A chance. 2 darts at tops. Becomes 1 at double 10.
Game shot.
And Lisa Ashton nails
Lisa
it
Ashton.
to take us all the way.
7th and final leg. It's Moreno to throw first. Game
All
on.
she'll be thinking now is just give me one opportunity at a double. Just a dart. Give me a chance.
134.
She's going to get a chance. She's going to have to be scoring big. Moreno kicking off with 2 trebles.
100.
So solid on his throw, hasn't he?
Yeah, I think she's just kind of waiting. Well, this must be the leg where he relents a little bit, but hasn't happened.
140.
Lisa is not rolling over and letting Moreno run away with this one. She is putting absolutely everything she's got into this fixture.
60. 135. Moreno, you require 167.
Well, we said that she'll be praying for an opportunity at the start of this.
81.
She's got
Lisa,
at
you
least
require
one here.
126.
Needs the treble. Can't get it. And Moreno Michaels really turned this match in his favour with an 86 checkout. He did that on the bullseye.
58.
Is he going to win it?
Moreno, you
in the
require
same fashion?
86.
It's the bull again. And this time he can't hit
52.
it. And Ashton has a real
Lisa, you require
opportunity
68.
to pick up a second victory of the day. Back-to-back victories it would be. It's double 16.
36.
Chance.
Moreno, you require
Comes and goes.
34.
A match start miss for Ashton. Moreno going straight for the double 17. And he can't take it. Ashton will come back to the board. 3
Lisa,
darts
you
in hand
require
for the
32.
match.
What a thrilling game this has been.
Game,
A
shot,
proper
and the match.
darting duel,
Lisa
and it's
Ashton.
won by the Queen of Arrows, Lisa Ashton. A 4-3 success over Moreno Michaels, and a well-deserved one as well. Both players brought out some really good stuff in that game. Ashton with an average of 88.74, a best performance, one of the best performances in this group. 4 out of 12 on the doubles. She won it in the end, bouncing back from that bullseye blow of the 86 checkout from her opponent. And she has now managed to join him on 8 points in the table, just 2 off second place, Scott Walters and JT Davis. And Walters is back in action next. His last match of the day is against Stephen Plumstead.
Into our final round of fixtures we go then. First to complete their day's play are Stephen Plumstead and Scott Walters. They've had contrasting fortunes so far today. Plumstead losing all 4 of his matches so far. Walters winning 3 of his 4, and he'll have his sights set on another victory to close the gap on KDB at the top of the league standings. Plumstead did come out on top when these two met yesterday though, with a flawless display on the outer ring, pinning all 4 of his darts at double. Which of the two will be more clinical today? Let's find out and return to the chaps in comms.
Thanks, Abby. Yep. Stephen Plumstead looking to sign off on a high.
83.
Scott Walters looking up and looking to sort of restart the chase, really, to catch Christian Deur, because he
60.
tripped up a little bit when he lost to him in game 10. If he can win this one, he's back to within a couple
45.
of points of Deur and looking for a favour from Moreno Michaels in the penultimate match of the session before Lisa Ashton.
100.
From JT Davis, looking for a hat-trick of wins, Lisa Ashton. Losing her first 2, but then winning her last 2. And she could well be in the mix as well.
84.
That's for Plumstead. I mean, you sort of half predicted it, Matt, based on evidence you've seen here before, that Tuesdays
60.
can be tough for these ADC qualifiers at the Super Series. And we're seeing the contrasting tale for the two in this group. One of them top, one bottom.
59.
Especially for someone like Plumstead, who's put so much effort into being here. That's the... He's not someone who's just going to ADC events and sort of found his way here.
171.
Everything was a very measured approach. Everything was an intention to end up here at the Super Series.
100. Scott, you require 110.
We're really interested to hear at the end of the week what his next plans are for his darting journey. He said at the moment,
27.
this
Stephen,
is
you
the
require
destination. This is
130.
kind of where it ends.
Already taken this out today. On double 5.
125.
produce the sweet
Scott, you
repeats.
require
And
83.
Scott Walters wants 83 to break the throw. Tops. There's one.
43.
Can't get the next. Plumstead
Stephen,
had a bit of a
require
grin on his
5.
face, almost expecting Walters to weigh in with that.
Game shot on the first leg. Stephen Plumstead.
I do believe these two play each other quite regularly in the local circuits.
Second leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on.
From what I'm told, apparently, Scott Walters wins the majority of those encounters. He didn't
84.
yesterday.
Yeah, 4-2 to Stephen. Got to be annoying, hasn't it, that your local contests involve crossing the sea.
60. 38.
Shows the commitment that Stephen Plumstead has to this sport.
100. 57. 66. 60.
Last lap of fixtures. 2 more fixtures still to go. Christian Deur, Moreno Michaels will be hoping to bounce back after that defeat to Lisa Ashton.
105.
Or he couldn't convert his match start opportunities. Lisa Ashton need to continue a little bit of a run here. She's won the last 2. And she make it a hat-trick of victories against JT Davies and put
Stephen,
herself
you require 170.
into Group B possibilities.
78. Scott, you require 147. 52. Stephen, you require 92.
Well, options on this. Treble 20, it could be. Could go for the bull. He does gamble, and it pays off.
Game shot on the second leg.
To some
Stephen
tune.
Plumstead.
And he doubles his lead. Well, if Scott Walters is to lose to Plumstead for the second
Third
day
leg,
on the
it's Stephen
spin,
to
this
throw
could be a
first.
severely
Game
damaging
on.
result. was painting the picture at the start of this match of a win for Walters, defeat for Deur. He's 2 points behind. If it's the other way around,
140.
defeat for Walters and a win for Christian in the next match, then he would find himself 6 points behind. And you did have to say, Matthew, that
27.
that would be a gap too big to bridge in just one day's play.
Oh, absolutely.
60.
He'll be frustrated with that. Got big ambitions, big hopes.
84.
I think it's an assessment that was sort of made by you
40.
yesterday, that it was, you're not going to, you know, change a leopard's spots, but Scott Walters should really be seeing this week as the
100.
bonus that it is. And he's actually managed to kind of make it into a chore.
57.
Just gets too emotionally invested at times.
90.
There you see it there, the Walters shoulder slump as he retrieves his darts.
9. 83. 41. Scott, you require
Well, a chance to
117.
get into this fixture. A chance to get one of the breaker throws that he's going to need back.
43. Stephen, you require 154. 98. Scott, you require 74.
2 darts then at double 16. He does like it here.
Game
And
shot
that's
on the
why
third leg.
He
Scott
halves the deficit
Walters.
and just stops Stephen Plumstead pulling maybe too far away.
Fourth leg, it's Scott to throw first. Game on. $81. 45.
Ideal dart that way. Scott starts landing the board.
83.
Surprised to see him switch away.
76. 140. 41.
Reminder of the league positions here. Scott Walters in third place.
100.
5 wins so far. 10 points for Stephen Plumstead. Just see 2 wins. He bottom
81.
of the
Scott, you
table
require
on 4
97.
points, but only -7 in terms of the leg column. So that indicates that his games have been close.
85.
Been losing by tight score lines, which says he's just a leg or 2 away from being at least in that
81.
mid-table
Scott, you
battle
required
in a
12.
position he'd like to be, which is a Group B place.
May bust this.
No score.
You can see the reasoning. With Plumstead not on a finish.
59. Scott, you require 12.
Ends up going for double 3 anyway. I had a
6.
hopeful look at Plumstead's
Stephen
score again. Is he
require
still not on a finish?
118.
He is this time. 18 first. And he does get a go at tops.
Game shot on the fourth
Plumstead
leg.
has pulled that
Stephen
out
Plumstead.
and piled pressure on Scott Walters here. Look at the reaction from Scott Walters. He cannot believe
Fifth leg,
it.
it's Stephen to throw first. Game on.
But he knows it's more than this match at stake here. This could be Scott Walters getting ruled out of finishing top of the group. If Christian de Boer goes and
36.
beats Moreno Michels in the next game, you're pretty much saying that it's too big a margin. Look, it can be done mathematically,
81.
but 6 points going into... And interestingly as well, I was just looking at the fixtures. He can't have a go at Christian de Boer himself until game 11 tomorrow, so he could be home and hosed by then.
66.
He's going to need favours, isn't he? That's the thing. It's out of your own hands. And as a player, you always want to know that you can do something about it yourself.
140.
At the start of this match, when we were talking about scenarios, said that Walters would want to win this and then hope for a favour.
135.
If he loses this, he's going to need that favour.
$40.
And that's looking like the likely outcome.
$58.
Plumstead finishing, holding him in good stead again. Look at the difference.
45.
He's not far away, is he, Stephen Plumstead? Just
58.
a couple more trebles, keep at that doubles percentage, and he's right in the mix here.
$100. Stephen, you require 148.
Well, this would be some way to win it. I say Scott Walters will feel like he's seen this all before.
78. Scott, you require 95.
And that tops again, but now Plumstead's got the
20.
opportunity to make it a double
Stephen, you require 70.
over Scott Walters. 19. Good dart, double six, which Walters missed.
58. Scott, you
Walters, that's a
require
new-
75.
New name for Scott. But he's now forced himself into a bit of a corner.
33.
And Stephen Plumstead
Stephen, you
can
require 12.
apply the coup de grace. And
Game,
does.
shot,
Killer
and the
blow
match.
landed.
Stephen
A
Plumstead.
4-1 win. It's 2 wins in 2 days for Plumstead against Scott Walters. And it is a happy way to end the day. And he's very happy about it as he leaves the stage. Lost his first 4 fixtures, but won his last. And it's a defeat that really damages Scott Walters' chances of winning this group. The league leader could be as far as 6 points clear as Christian de Boer takes on Moreno Michels after the break.
So Christian Deur is looking to complete the perfect day here at the Super Series, having won all 4 of his matches so far on move-in day. He's taken on Moreno Michels, who again showed last time out how difficult he's finding it to produce a complete performance. Starting his match against Lisa Ashton with a 12-dart hold, missed match darts in a decider and went down 4-3 to the Lancashire Rose. Can KDB extend his lead further at the top of the table in this one, or will Michels join Davis and Walters on 10 points? Matt and Chris, back to you.
Thank you very much. Yep, they are the questions, and the questions that aren't just for the 2 players on the stage, but questions that will have great interest for some of the players that aren't involved in this match, particularly Scott Walters. After that defeat, that thumping defeat at the hands of Stephen Plumstead. He really needs Moreno to win this match and join the party. Moreno himself needs to win it to get within 4 points of Christian Deur. And JT Davis wouldn't mind either. Everybody hoping that Moreno Michaels can deny
60.
A perfect day. It would be the same thing that happened yesterday to JT Davis. Won his first 4 matches, then lost his last one. And that was against Moreno Michaels. Can he play the spoiler again here, Matt?
Well, this day's all really been about Christian Deur. 4 from 4 in the wins. He won his last 2 games yesterday, so he's on a running win here of 6 fixtures. He has been the most likely to hit the big performance. And for me, it's just how much does that weigh on Moreno, that defeat to Lisa Ashton, where he'll feel that one's put him out of contention now. And having match darts in that, that's going to hurt.
It's a strong start.
Game shot
from Deur, and he's got the leg in the ledger. We didn't know too much about him when he arrived as an ADC Europe qualifier.
Second leg, it's Moreno to throw
Monday morning, but we all know him now.
Well, he did one thing that really stood out for me, and that was reach the final in Bruges, a WDF silver-ranked event. A silver-ranked event that has around about 600 entries. He would have gone into that event as a non-seeded player.
41.
And to reach the final, he would have had to have played good darts all day. And when I say all day, I mean like 10 o'clock in the morning till about 9 o'clock at night.
97. $42.
Yeah, he's been impressive here. Interestingly as well, Moreno himself qualified as an ADC Europe qualifier for the last series, ended up winning his week, getting to the Champions Week final, and then in turn was invited back as a picked player. Just shows that pathway is there. We have been asking you all week on social media which players you would like to see here. Now we've got a new batch of eligible players who get in touch at MSS Darts.
81. Moreno, you require 45. Game shot on the second leg.
Right.
Moreno Michaels.
Help us unsurface the next Moreno Michaels. We will have a look at all of your suggestions.
Third leg, it's Christian
consider
to
them,
throw
and
first.
then
Game on.
do what we like.
$85.
And speaking of ADC qualifiers, Luke Littler was one of those when he first came here. He's going to be playing in Bahrain this week in a World Series of Darts event.
77.
What a story that is in a year. A year ago, he wasn't even eligible to go to a UK
100.
Open qualifier at this point.
It's a remarkable story. We've had some great stories here at the Super Series, but that's superseded all of them. Chris Mason coming out of retirement, out of the commentary box and going and winning his week.
97.
Adam Warner was a really good story as well. University darts player who came through an ADC qualifier. Not even a household name in his own household,
43.
and then managed to win a week at the Super Series, invested that money in qualifying school and earned himself a tour card. But Luke Littler from
119.
the journey he made, and it was great to have a front row seat for a good part of it.
I remember that Adam Warner week so well.
100.
The
Moreno,
interview
you require
afterwards, where
100.
£5,000. He goes, wow, I've just quadrupled my net worth.
Yeah, I was the person doing the
68.
interview and was
Christian, you require
quickly mobbed by all his
136.
university pals as well, who stormed the stage at the end of it.
Yeah, they like doing that at these uni shows.
96. Moreno, you require 32.
Double 16 then for Moreno. Double
Game
8
shot
will
on the
do.
third leg. Moreno,
He's
Michaels.
turned it around, winning the last 2 legs.
Fourth leg, it's Moreno to throw first. Game on.
Feel that's a unearthed part of darts at the moment, the university darts scene.
97.
Some very special nights with university darts. It's the closest thing I
58.
can say to a football type environment, because with the university darts, it tends to be more like teams competing against each other, so people want one person to
96.
win and not the other. Does make some very good environments. Just about got over last year's in July.
140. $95.
Is he just stuttering in the final lap today here,
43.
Christian Deur? It is a match that will determine what kind of day tomorrow is, really. Gonna sketch out the landscape for the
43.
last day of Group A. And if Deur wins this match, he's pretty much crowned. Depending slightly on the last result here as well, JT Davis could get a little closer to him, but he'd still be 4 points
Moreno, you
behind,
require
even with a win if Deur
170.
wins this. Michaels wins it, it's open. There's hope, there's opportunity.
96.
But maybe up to 5
Christian, you
players.
require 80.
That's all you ever want, opportunity.
He's got one here at top.
40.
It's over the top, though, and now Michaels has
Moreno,
the
you
chance
require
to
74.
make it 3-1. Wayward. Good rescue. Double 12.
62. Christian, you require 40.
Couldn't complete the rescue act.
Game shot on
And
the
is
fourth
duly
leg.
punished.
Christian
2-2.
Deur.
Deur back in charge.
Fifth leg, it's Christian to throw first. Game on. $57.
Coming up this week, when the players are divvied up into their various groups,
93.
Group C, which will be positions 4, 5 and 6, currently occupied by Moreno, Michaels, Lisa Ashton and Stephen Plumstead.
81.
They'll be joined by Kevin Painter, Mark Dudbridge and Ricky Palmer. Joining us from the ADC, players in position 2 and 3, currently Scott Walters and JT Davies.
140.
They will be joined by our reigning Super Series champion, Jim McEwen, looking to get another chance at getting through
100.
to Champions Week. Wayne Jones and the silverback himself, Tony O'Shea.
98.
Always a happier place when Tony O'Shea's in the building. As for Jim McEwen,
96. Moreno,
maybe
you require
his first attempt might have just
170.
come a little bit too soon after winning. It was week 3, won by Chaz Barstow in the end.
105. Christian, you require 167.
So a week that saw Brett Claydon play, one of the players who went on to get a tour card. Well done to him.
99. Moreno requires 65.
Well done to Moreno Michaels for getting himself in this position again. Having been broken,
55.
it's a chance to break
Christian
back and take
requires
back control.
68.
Big exchange coming in here.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And all the big
Christian Deur.
exchanges seem to be won by one man in this group. It's KDB.
6th leg,
He's
it's Moreno
inevitable.
to throw first. $134.
Well, we highlighted at the very start of the mid part of the show that Christian Deur's issue was
139.
clearly and evidently on the doubles. He was only able to take
140.
his 8 darts in 48 attempts at the outer ring. In terms of a percentage, that is
135.
16%. Since then, has taken just 18 darts to convert his last 11
100.
attempts at the double, rising it to an impressive 61.11. Well, that's a game of 2 arts.
85.
Isn't it just
Moreno require
impressive
127.
stats? Bullseye here for parity.
Game shot on
Oh,
the
what a
6th
shot.
leg.
What a shot.
Moreno Michaels.
127 to stay in the game, and it comes down to a last leg. As many
7th
matches
final
have
leg, it's
today,
Christian to
but
throw first.
probably none of them
Game on.
have held more significance than this.
$139. $57.
Oh, look what he's doing in the last leg.
Look
what he's up to.
180.
Only once has he not located a treble in 6 darts thrown.
58.
Massive clear on the scoreboard.
85.
He's got time on his hands. Even a 180 from Moreno is completely non-effective here. Christian Deur
45.
may have 9,
Christian
12,
required
15 darts
97.
here at the 97. He's got so much time on his hands.
Game
And
shot.
time he does
and the
not
match.
need. A
Christian
cracking
Deur.
leg of darts there for Christian Deur. An 11 darter to get things wrapped up. And that, for Christian Deur, completes the perfect day. He has gone through the card. He has won 5 from 5. An average of 94.53 for him sees him seal his place at the top of the table overnight. But how many points will he be clear? He's currently 6. However, JT Davies can close the gap within 4 if he can beat Lisa Ashton, and that game is next.
Rounding off our second day of Group A action then, we've got the Lancashire Rose, Lisa Ashton, looking to make it 3 wins on the spin, having come through 2 deciders to pick up 4 points so far today. She really has got better and better as the day has gone on. She's taken on JT Davis, who took out a sublime 130 and 122 on the bull en route to victory in this fixture yesterday. He lost his opening 3 matches today, but showed great deal of mental strength to put that disappointment behind him and pick up the points last time out. Can Davis keep the pressure on KDB at the top, or will Ashton draw herself level on 10 points in the table with the American? Let's find out in the company of Matt Edgar and
First
Chris
leg,
Murphy.
it's Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, it will be an interesting end to the day, and if Lisa Ashton can make it a hat-trick of wins, and it will leave Christian de Boer 6 points clear at the top of the table, and might be a bit of a procession tomorrow. Who knows, with the unpredictability of this group, with the closeness of many of the matches, maybe tomorrow would be the day when a margin that big could disappear, but it could be smaller. If JT Davis can get a victory in this one, then he will be within 4
60.
points. That is a little bit more doable. And he does play Christian de Boer himself in the 4th game of tomorrow. So that could be an interesting run-in, but just have to give credit to Christian for what he's done today. The conversation between yourself and Abby at the start of the day was who can take the group by the scruff of the neck. I think
50.
we all now know who's done that.
And he's got better with every single game today as a pattern. Started off at a 75 average, he's ended at 94 with steady improvements game on game. And
133.
part of that's going to come down to the increase in the doubles percentage, and part of that is going to come down to the fact, and as you could see him just growing
60.
in confidence, fixture on fixture.
Yeah, Davis was the man of Monday, but it's been a triumph on Tuesday for de Boer.
78.
As for Lisa Ashton, a day of 2 halves, 2 defeats followed by 2 wins.
57.
She
JT
was
required
really good in her last one. A
132.
4-3 win against Morena Michaels. That'll be a decent dart for him if he can find this treble 19. He couldn't. Didn't have to go that route really with Lisa Ashton on 174, just making it a little bit more
51.
complicated than it needs to be.
$94. JT required 81.
$15s for 18s. And double 9 to win the leg, but
No
he's going to have to go back
Lisa
to the start
required
now.
80.
And that's if he gets a chance.
That was a big slip, that one from JT Davies. But Lisa's been good on this target
40.
today.
JT required 81.
And this is where that slip could become a problem, because now it's going to be a dart of the ball.
56. Lisa
Scrapes
required
the paint
40.
off the wire.
Game shot on the first leg.
This doesn't offer
Lisa
too many
Ashton.
opportunities. She once again reaches for that hand warmer, just trying every single strategy
Second leg, it's
possible
JT to
to
throw first. Game
bring
on.
out the best possible darts for herself. 2 victories already for Lisa Ashton today. She'll be happy with that as a return. 2 victories
140.
on Monday, 2 on Tuesday, and she could add to it.
140.
We went to Lakeside a month ago just with the ambition of winning a game, and that must be hard as well when you're used to walking into that arena thinking, I'm here to win the title,
100.
and you go in there, that void of any sort of recent play or form that you just think, I just want to get a win.
22.
It may have been the kind of attitude she's had each day here, but she's managed to get a couple now. And will want more.
131. $140. JT required 130.
That's been an interesting end to the day. Going into the last couple of rounds of fixtures.
44.
The bottom three had not won matches, but Lisa Ashton changed that in game 9 when she beat Stephen Plumstead 4-3. Now they've all got points.
47. JT require 86.
Double 7 now the target.
Game
and it's
shot, the
found
second
nicely
leg.
by JT
JT
Davis, who
Davis.
ties up this last match of Tuesday's 15. Don't forget the action will
Third leg,
continue
it's Lisa
tomorrow.
to throw first. Game
As
on.
Group A will conclude 9:30 a.m. live on Sporty Stuff TV for viewers in the UK and Ireland, and you can watch
45.
around the world on the YouTube channel, MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, 9:30 UK time.
43. 60. 93. 60.
This is the chance for JT Davis now to step in and try and attack the throw of Lisa Ashton.
100.
Opportunity hasn't presented itself for long.
140. 95. 55. JT required 170.
We've seen this go already this week. It was Raina Michaels who took it out. JT Davis not going to add himself to the list as of yet.
58. Lisa required 141.
Yeah, the leg's still in the balance.
57. JT required 112.
'Didn't like that dart. Now, you can't really see from that angle, but it would have been
52.
obscuring his
Lisa
view. You
required
can now, yeah.
84.
How much it was causing a trouble. Didn't have to actually stay there. There's another alternative.
59. JT requires 60.
Doesn't mean that when he throws a shot like 60, he will not block tops. There you can see. Clear view of that bed. Not that he made use of it. Double 10.
50. Lisa required 25. Game shot on the third
She's
leg.
halfway there.
Lisa Ashton.
Halfway to a hat-trick of victories here to end the day for Lisa Ashton, and all of a
Fourth
sudden
leg, it's
should be
JT
in
to
that
throw first.
conversation
Game on.
of players who could make Group B. She'd still be with a chance of winning the week here in Group A. A victory here, we'll see her go joint second with
123.
JT Davis and Scott Walters. Only would be in fourth position on leg difference.
41.
This goes to show as well the timing and the all or nothing nature that we've kind of seen here from
100.
Lisa Ashton. When you look at JT Davies on 32 legs won, Scott Walters on 30 legs won.
83.
Stephen Plumstead, bottom of the table, has only won 28 legs. Lisa won 20. 8 legs less than the player bottom of the table.
92.
He wins 2 more. It'd actually be
45.
fourth. Head of a player who's won 32 legs.
59.
suppose it's not how many you win, it's how many you win in individual games. The only reason that is because Lisa's picked up a couple of
96.
4-0 defeats.
JT require
She had 3 yesterday and 1
127.
to kickstart today. It's the only reason that statistic exists.
95.
Decided against going for the bullseye on that occasion.
Frustrating for Lisa, but she'll be experienced enough to
43.
know
JT
that all she's got to
required
do is hold the
32.
throw. Doesn't need to break JT Davis. He's the player under the pressure at the moment.
Game shot on the fourth leg. JT
He's gonna get an
Davis.
opportunity now to attack that throw of Lisa Ashton.
Fifth leg, it's Lisa's to throw first. Game on.
Averaging 11 points higher at the moment than Lisa.
140.
It's never an easy task to break a 4-time world champion.
She's got this ability to reset. She wasn't happy during that last leg,
60.
but then puts it behind her and kicks off the 2 treble turn at the start of the next one.
100.
Done an awful lot in the game as Lisa Ashton. Winning a PC Tour card on top of those 4 World Championships.
39.
Remember when she was the first female player averaging over 100 in a TV game, beating Aaron Beanie at the UK Open
85.
when it was behind closed doors in Milton Keynes.
Yeah, that's kind of been the problem for Lisa Ashton, hasn't it, in terms of getting the credit she deserves, is that many of her achievements have been in those settings,
81.
certainly in the PDC.
100.
Will she be the first to win a week at the Super Series? Did have
95. Lisa
Winning
requires
women.
76.
in the previous incarnation of this tournament.
44.
No one's won on the live lounge stage yet in the Super Series tournament. Of course, we did see Lisa try to win on the live lounge stage in the ADC tournament. That was won by Dieter Hedman, who
96.
turned
Lisa
around a 3-leg
required
deficit in the
32.
semi-final against Lisa Ashton and did.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
But Ashton's
Lisa
ahead in this
Ashton.
one. Well, her week might be taking a
Sixth
very
leg, it's
pleasant
JT to
turn
throw
here.
first. Game
because
on.
she's certainly going to be in the conversation for Group B.
Well,
100.
the day started and she lost the opening game 4-0. Then we're spending a lot of time at the bottom of the board throwing at the treble 19s. You did fear the worst,
43.
that this could be a very long week here for Lisa Ashton, but found that real commitment to the throw.
We discussed the benefit of her maybe winning the group and getting a couple of days off. But is there a benefit of having that extended break from Group A to Group B on an evening as well?
The more time, the better.
95.
And not only that, but in a Group B campaign, it's only 4 fixtures rather than the full 5. The fixtures come a bit thick and
60.
fast with less break in between. And the overall session isn't as long. So absolutely a Group B campaign
97. JT
would be a
require
massive benefit to
161.
Lisa Ashton.
You're going to have to win another leg to really put herself in the conversation. We'll get to 10 points,
97.
tied with JT Davis, tied with Scott Walters at the end of 2 days' play here, if she does that. But Davis looks like he's got this one pretty much wrapped up.
58. JT requires 64.
Double 8.
Game shot on
And
the
he
sixth
finds
leg.
it, so it comes down
JT Davis.
to a last leg decider.
Seventh and final
For
leg.
the
It's Lisa to
8th
throw
time
first.
today.
Game on. 42.
Only 2 of the fixtures. Scott Walters, Lisa Ashton opening game 4-0.
42.
And Stephen Plumstead 4-1 over Scott Walters have actually gone under that 5.5 market, which we know is one of the most
44.
popular markets out on the exchanges. We did say we expect a lot of these games to go close, but 13 against 2 in the favour of those that pick yes.
Both of Lisa Ashton's
99.
victories have come in last leg deciders as well, although interestingly, both of them came against the throat. This time she's got the throat.
85. $100. 60.
So JT Davies landing a couple of jabs with those one treble visits. He'd love to land a big haymaker here with a 2. He's got the 2.
125.
That start there just makes the finish a little bit trickier, but he may have time to navigate it. Lisa can't set up a finish.
26. JT
It's all
required
going wrong at the wrong time here for
135.
Lisa Ashton.
Well, this would keep Davis in contention. If he wins this match, he'd be 4 points adrift of Christian Deur, and we might yet have a race for first place on our hands tomorrow.
$81.
140 here would keep Lisa Ashton hopeful.
94. JT required 54.
There's a lot of hoping needed now for Lisa. It's 14.
Game,
it's tops.
shot, and the
And
match.
it's JT
Davis.
Who takes the victory in the end, and it might be a victory that gives him a chance of winning this group. He was the leader after day 1, but had a difficult day today. That only his second win from his 5 fixtures, beating Lisa Ashton 4-3 in the end, and it was a decent job really from JT Davis. It was a day that was dominated by Christian Deur. It looked like he might have been crowned the winner already, but maybe with that 4-3 win, JT Davis has just kept his hopes alive.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Chris. Opportunity missed there, it felt like, in that last leg for Lisa Ashton.
Yeah, didn't find what she has found, but what she has found today has been very good. I feared the worst for Lisa, as I said on commentary, especially losing 4-0 at opening game, switching to the 19s for a lot of the day. But really good again. 2 wins. She'll be more than happy with that.
And we spoke a lot about JT Davis, his mental strength and what was needed from him, having lost his opening 3 games today. He certainly showed that he knows how to dig deep in his last 2 matches.
He's just got to keep enjoying it. He's just got to stick to what got him those results in the first place. He was smiling the second he walked in this building on Monday morning. I'm sure he's going to be leaving here with a big smile on his face. He's still in the running for this group. I'm sure he'd be delighted with the Group B campaign as well. So, especially when you look at some of the players that are going to be joining us in that Group B, there'll be players he's watched and looked up to for quite some time.
Yeah, and that victory was crucial, wasn't it, in terms of making it a 2-horse race for that top spot?
Yeah, you've got to keep hold of Christian Deur. Christian Deur's had a fantastic day today, going completely through the card. So you've got to be close, you've got to be in the running. You've got to make it to that point where if he does make mistakes yesterday, which he's not played a performance that suggests he's going to just do this again, when he makes those mistakes, or if he makes those mistakes, you've got to be there ready to pounce and put that scoreboard pressure on.
Yeah, let's have a little recap then of the results that we've seen today. All 15 matches there. And one that really stands out is that final match for Scott Walters. Lost to Stephen Plumstead. That's the only game that Plumstead got the better of someone in today. But for Scott Walters, he missed those darts at 6-6, and then Plumstead took out the 118 to go 3-1 up. Walters certainly showed us, didn't he, how much that got to him?
There's something about that fixture, isn't there? Plumstead versus Walters. Now, we're aware that they play locally and they've ran into each other on multiple occasions. Scott Walters says he beats him all the time. There's something about that fixture now, because Walters has lost that both times. And on both occasions there, Plumstead's done something that was out the bag, something quite surprising. And Scott Walters has been pacing up and down at the back of the stage as if to say, how on earth has that just happened to me? Especially after those 7 darts that he allowed Plumstead to come to the board for the 118. It feels like that's the story that just happened to him at Q School. Bad draws, bit of unfortunate times. So he'll be just thinking it's a continuation and he's seen it all before.
Yeah, and something for Plumstead to keep hold of as well going into the final day of Group A action.
All I wanted to see from Plumstead was him just come up here and continue to enjoy it. He's worked so hard to get here, sacrificed a lot of time, and when you do that, just remember that this is the reward for the hard work. And we saw that in that game. We saw him come off the stage smiling. We saw him happy with his 1 win. Sometimes we see people get that win at the end of the day. They storm off the stage thinking, why can't I have got a couple of wins to keep me in contention? He's delighted to pick up that victory.
And Moreno Michels continues to be such an intriguing one, doesn't he? Because he's been showing us exactly what he's capable of doing. He's put in 11 dart legs, but he cannot do that consistently at the moment.
Well, if we look at Moreno Michels, his sort of best form was around about 2014. We're now in 2024. We haven't seen much of him since then. That's a 10-year gap. How much does he play at this level consistently? And I think that's all we're seeing here. We're seeing him now in a room where he would probably look and think, I've got opportunity here. I could go on and win this group. I could beat these people. And when he's asking himself to produce something, it's not coming through. It tends to be at the moments where he can sort of just relax into it, or the other person starts playing well and you can just focus and get embroiled. That's when we see the best. But we're seeing he's not a front runner.
Yeah, absolutely. 30 of our 45 Group A matches have now been completed. So let's have a little look at the league standings with 1 more day of Group A action left to go. Christian Deur, as you can see, out in front on 16 points. JT Davis with a crucial victory over Lisa Ashton in our final match of the day, just to keep that pressure on him. Christian Deur, though, what sort of front runner do you think he's going to be tomorrow? Of course, went through the card today, but tomorrow with a little bit more pressure on his shoulders, what do you think he'll be like?
On day 1, I described him as erratic. On day 2, I've described him as chaotic. Who knows what's going to happen tomorrow? I don't even think Christian Deur knows what's going to happen tomorrow. The one thing I do know is when we look at this at the start of the show tomorrow, the bookies are going to install him as a very heavy favourite. He's going to be odds on tomorrow. And I'm probably going to be looking through the field to see where the value could lie, because I'm not convinced yet that it's going to be as clear sailing as that league table would make you think.
Right then, make sure you tune in tomorrow from 9:30 a.m. to find out whether KDB can keep hold of top spot.